Chapter 647. Lionel slammed the door of his room closed, his lips sealed over Anna's. His hands clasped beneath her thighs, holding her small frame up. He found himself completely lost in the feeling of her touch, though still not forgetting to blanket the room in protective and silencing arrays. The room wasn't anywhere near big enough to accommodate the segmented cube Anna had surely brought with her, so Lionel gently laid her onto the small bed. Anna's body coiled around Lionel's, immersed in her own hazy feeling. She allowed Lionel to toss away the heavy neckwear that hung around their shoulders, not caring the slightest bit when they clanged to the floor. The feeling was intoxicating. Their tongues intertwined in their own sort of dance, but that alone was enough for Anna to flush completely red, her breathing somewhat labored. She felt something hard pressing against her from below. It was the sort of sensation that filled her with one part fear and another part ambiguous excitement. Memories of the last time she had seen that beast below ran through her mind. She could still remember the throbbing heat in her hand. Something about it made her heart quicken with a faint anticipation. Lost in her own haze, she hardly realized when Lionel had taken off his pants. Even though he still had a pair of undergarments below, the steely rod only seemed to become more prominent and more difficult to ignore. Her hand reached out as though with a mind of its own, gently following the outline. This is just an apology for disappearing for so long, Lionel sucked in a cold breath, feeling the sudden touch. Even he didn't realize when Anna's hand had disappeared from the side of his face to appear where it was. But he had no intention of stopping her either. He pulled away from their kiss, his eyes opening to meet Anna's. He could see a partial absent-mindedness behind her gaze, but there was also a sparkling hint of excitement. Lionel held himself up with a hand, using the other to outline Anna's silhouette, her hand still proceeding below. He felt the curve of her breast through her chest band, the toned softness of her belly, and traced down to her belt before tugging at it. Lionel's breath quickened, feeling a slight squeeze below. Seeing his reaction, Anna's lip curled, the happiness in her eyes growing as she felt her belt slip off. As Lionel continued to look in her eyes, he realized something. At that moment, all of Anna's pleasure was being derived from making him happy. She seemed to enjoy this very much, but for some reason, this wasn't the kind of look Lionel wanted to see her wear right now. He had never been with a woman before, but whenever he imagined the woman, a part of him wanted to see his every touch make her melt, his every kiss cause her body to convulse. Maybe these were just the idealized dreams of a teenage boy who didn't know the faintest thing about a woman's body, but a man could hope, right? On one hand, Lionel felt a sweetness in his chest that Anna looked so happy right now. But on the other, he didn't just want to see happiness. He wanted to see pleasure, he wanted to see intoxication, he wanted to hear sounds and see sights that could make his legs weak. But how would he do that? Lionel's thumb traced along Anna's hip. Just beneath the waist of her pants, he could feel 2 layers of fabric. His heart couldn't help but quicken again when he realized what was just below. Hooking his thumb between the 2 fabrics, he slowly pulled Anna's pants down. Anna's flushed appearance deepened, but she didn't stop Lionel's hands. She pulled her hands away from Lionel's crotch, still feeling that faint heat on her palm. Lionel took a deep breath, his eyes unable to come off Anna's body. He had expected to find Anna's usual boxer briefs, but for whatever reason on this day, she had instead worn a pair of black panties. It wasn't anything fancy, nor was it the lingerie one might see a model wear, but it was so tight that it was practically like a second skin. It clung tightly to Anna's hips, curling around the precious lips below in a way that almost gave Lionel a perfect outline of what was beneath. The sight was so tempting and enticing that Lionel simply wanted to rip them away at that very moment. And he could tell by the look in Anna's eye that she wouldn't stop him. In fact, she would be happy as long as he was happy. "Do you want to see?" Anna's soft voice caused him to gulp. He looked down again. But this time, Anna's arm partially obstructed his view, having found its way to his heated shaft once again. Every fiber of Lionel's being screamed yes. Not only did he want to see what was below, but he also wanted to rip that damned chest band away. He wanted to drown in the pleasure that was his girlfriend's body, lose himself in her fragrance and fall into her soft touch. But there was that look in her eye again. There was a slight haziness and her breathing was somewhat shallow, but ultimately there was of the look Lionel wanted to see. He wanted her to feel what he was feeling, to be enraptured by such a feeling of pleasure that she almost lost control just like he almost did. He wanted her to have shyly nodded when he asked if she wanted to come here not because she wanted to please him, but because she wanted to please herself. But Lionel was at a loss. As easy to understand as the male body was, he had no clue about a woman's. He didn't even know where to begin. Lionel looked up to meet Anna's eyes again, his breathing haggard. In his eyes, she was the most beautiful woman in the world. He just wanted to make her happy. At that moment, Lionel's mind suddenly flashed with thoughts of Mordred. What would she do? Mordred's laughter sounded in Lionel's mind, her words teasing him about not knowing how to treat women resounding. Lionel's gaze cleared somewhat. He looked toward Aina from above and lowered his head for another kiss. Chapter 648. Aina felt that Lionel's reaction was a bit weird. In truth, she had two favorite types of underwear. The first were loose boxers and the second were these skin-tight plain panties. The latter allowed more freedom of movement but was less comfortable, while the former was far more comfortable to wear. This time, she purposely chose to wear the second not just for her training, but because she thought they were more flattering to her figure. As expected, her heart rushed with excitement when she saw Lionel's reaction. That said, she had also expected Lionel to practically lose control when he saw them as well. She was looking forward to seeing him react like this. Much like Lionel wanted to see her in throes of pleasure, how could she not also feel the same way? In Aina's mind, during their moments of intimacy, she only cared about Lionel. He did so much for her, wasn't it her duty as a girlfriend to help him in this regard? It was also a bonus that she quite liked doing it too. Since that first time in the pool, her and Lionel had had this dance more than a few times and she found it just as pleasurable every time. In fact, she faintly anticipated these moments. What she didn't know was that a building determination had been rising in Lionel's heart all along. Take it slow. Lionel's mind reached a state of calm. He kept his eyes closed, not wanting Aina to see the sharpness hidden within them. Dream sculpt. Dreamscape. Aina's body in every perfect proportion was reflected in Lionel's mind. Her every bead of sweat, the precise shade of her flushed skin, and every curve of her body was being updated in real time. Beginning the analysis on partially nude form, Aina couldn't tell that anything was wrong. Lionel had already split one of his minds to focus on her entirely. He kissed her just as patiently and reacted just as passionately to the movement of her hands along the outline of his cock. And that was when his hands and lips began to move. Lionel gently pulled down Aina's chest band, revealing the bounce of her breasts. The two delicate orbs rebounded healthily, shimmering with a slight pink hue beneath the dim lights of Lionel's room. Aina blushed, but was quickly distracted by Lionel's caring touch. His lips dotted across her body, causing her back to arch slightly under the novel stimulation. She was caught off guard, even to the point of forgetting that her hand was on Lionel's crotch at all. Lionel's hands caressed her chest and played with her protruding pink nipples. Aina's hips subtly grinded upward, making contact with Lionel's shaft. It was only for a brief moment, but she felt as though a sharp arc of electricity had shot through her spine. She took in a sharp breath. At first, Lionel seemed to touch odd places around her body. Her love handles, her belly button, she even felt him gently rub her earlobe while caressing her cheek. But, lost in allowing Lionel to do with her body as he pleased, she found herself gradually rising along a slow rising peak. Lionel's head rose, his lips planting on Aina's once again. As though finally getting a taste of water after so long, Aina greedily nibbled at Lionel's lips, loving the feeling of his large hand gently rolling her breast in his palm. Hints of arousal, change in breathing rhythm, increased perspiration, goosebumps, rising hair, moving to facilitate action, hand grabbing. Lionel's hand moved from Aina's breast, trailing down her toned belly and toward her skin-tight, black panties. He slipped a finger beneath their fabric, slowly pulling them down. Aina rose her hips, seemingly forgetting her embarrassment in her haziness. The beautiful, steamy picture of nature's perfection below almost made Lionel lose track of his focus, but he immediately split the stimuli between his more than 20 minds, shutting his eyes closed again. Even with his eyes closed, though, the dream sculpt of Aina had already changed in his mind. It was truly a gorgeous sight beyond belief. There was a well-kept patch of black hair hovering above 2 gently folded lips. An enticing pinkness plucked at the strings of the mind, a fresh fragrance tickling the nose and making one feel as though flames were dancing within their veins. Lionel steadied his breathing, continuing to build his dreamscape of cues for Aina's arousal. He noted down his ever action and her every reaction, stringing together a list of combos that left Aina floating on a cloud. Lionel's lips trailed down Aina's body, his tongue testing the curves of her breasts and the sensitivity of her torso. His breathing hitched as his nose grazed past a patch of hair below. It was only then that Aina seemed to realize what was happening, causing a slight panic to take hold of her features. Lionel's senses immediately caught on. Arousal plummeting, Lionel pinpointed the problem immediately, his head raising back up. He began to kiss the sensitive skin just below Aina's belly button, his hands running across her body. Her anxiety seemed to give way to a breath of relief, which shifted to a hint of disappointment, which soon gave way to pleasure. Her hands drifted to the back of Lionel's head. Lionel's every action became slow and deliberate. He reacted to Aina's wants instantly, building a more and more robust dreamscape with each passing moment. Most sensitive regions. Neck, collarbone, lower belly, inner thighs, areas where forcefulness is appreciated. Butt, hips, thighs, breasts, areas where softness is the best approach. Kissing, earlobes, neck, best combination attacks. Neck and breasts. Scared to try new things, will take her out of the experience. Best approach to combat. Take it slow, attack nearby region before moving toward target. Lionel found a formula that worked, finally breaking past Aina's mental block and touching his lips to those pretty pink folds. At that moment, for the first time, a long moan left Aina's lips. She didn't even seem to realize what was happening. In fact, all her panic about Lionel's mouth being down there was completely forgotten. Her mind was entirely filled with the feeling of Lionel's tongue running through her most sensitive region. The experience was so electric that she found it difficult to control her legs, her toes curling along the bed sheets. Hints of arousal, add leg trembling, toe curling, cunnilingus files, prefers soft to medium sucking over just tongue. Arousal increases when hands are in motion as opposed to staying stagnant. Exposing the clitoris makes her reel back, too sensitive. Keeping clitoris hood on is best sides of both worlds. She tends to run away from feelings of pleasure, keep her clamped in place. Oh. Aina's breathing hitched, her hands gripping onto Lionel's head tightly. Lionel. Aina's moan came out in a low groan, her legs snapping shut as her body curled. Within his dream world, one of Lionel's minds expressionlessly observed her form writhing with pleasure before its face gave way to a smile. At that moment, Lionel realized that he had always been taking the wrong approach to battle. He expected his main dreamscape to grow enough such that he would be able to guess the movements of any enemy even without battle. But such a goal was far too lofty and far too far away to ever achieve. It was also exactly because of this flaw that his dreamscape battle sense took so much stamina to use. However, if he built a separate dreamscape for every battle, not unlike how he had just done to bring his precious girlfriend to the best feeling she had ever experienced, how much more potent would his battle sense become? Lionel gazed at the pure ecstasy on Aina's face. He took in the bounce of her breast as she curled, the fragrant liquid that dripped from between her legs, the way every muscle of her toned body flexed simultaneously. This was the look he wanted to see. This was the happiness he wanted to bring to his woman. Orgasm achieved. Time taken, 27 minutes and 39 seconds. Chapter 649. Lionel gently nuzzled his nose between Aina's pretty pink folds, feeling a faint wetness and soaking in a sweet scent that took over his mind. Aina's body trembled, her fingers tensing at odd angles. Her mouth opened and closed, seemingly wanting to say something but not having the strength to do so. It was only after Lionel's tongue still didn't seem satisfied that she could only use what remained of her stamina to pull his head up. Her body was weak and feeble. The astonishing power she usually had fading into near nothingness. Things might have been fine if Lionel stopped after the first time, but he hadn't. Ana's body was like a small rowboat swaying to Lionel's whims. By now, she had already lost count of the number of times that strong electricity had coursed through her body. At this point, she couldn't even see or think straight. Lionel felt Ana struggling to pull his head up. He knew that he could easily fight against it. Compared to her usual strength, the current Ana was practically a toddler now. But, he didn't. Ana faintly felt Lionel over her again. Her lips puckered gently, searching for Lionel's touch. But, she didn't seem to have the strength to do even that. Luckily, Lionel completed it for her. Ana faintly caught Lionel's lower lip, sucking on it slightly before letting go. A gentle smile spread across her face, her eyes half open and half closed. At that moment Lionel's eyes opened, a cold sharpness still within them. Though it slowly faded, Ana was still able to catch a glimpse of it. One would have thought that seeing such a thing would have completely ruined her mood, but her reaction was almost the exact opposite. Seeing Lionel's cold gaze woke up an excitement within her. As though she forgot her fatigue, there was a flame that lit within her heart, fueling a growing want for Lionel to ravage her. The feeling slowly faded, overwhelmed by Ana's heavy limbs and tired eyes. Lionel blinked, realizing that he had made a mistake. "Sorry," he said softly. He began to explain himself, somewhat afraid that Ana wouldn't like what he had done. Though he had acted for her sake, he could also understand a reality where she wouldn't like it very much. Breaking down such an intimate moment into raw numbers and calculations was something that Lionel could see not many people liking, which was why he had closed his eyes to begin with. If he wasn't worried about it, he would have never tried to hide it. "It's all right though, in the future I won't have to because," just as Lionel was about to finish his explanation, he found Ana's small hand over his mouth. Her gaze was still somewhat absent-minded, but now had a bit of focus to it as she looked up at Lionel. "I like it. Don't stop doing it," she said softly. "Huh?" Lionel blinked, not understanding what she meant. Ana blushed. As her mind regained some clarity, she understood what she was saying a bit better. Weren't women supposed to like it when their partners were lovey-dovey? Why was it that she felt so excited when Lionel looked at her so coldly? She wanted to explain what she meant, but she couldn't bring herself to say the words. What was she supposed to say exactly? "I want you to look at me like I mean nothing to you?" Ana's blush deepened even further when she had this thought. Was there something wrong with her? Of course, she was only thinking about the worst possible way her desire could be taken. It wasn't that she wanted Lionel to treat her like she was worthless. Rather, she just liked the cold look in his eyes. She didn't really know how to explain it. Ana had always been the only one completely unaffected by Lionel's suffocating aura and the only one unperturbed by his cold gaze. Well, at least that was what it seemed like. But the truth was that it wasn't that she was unaffected, but rather that she wasn't impacted by it like everyone else was. While others feared it and were filled with thoughts of anxiousness, Ana found it to be like a magnet that drew her closer and closer to Lionel. What she liked the most about Lionel wasn't his charisma, not his leadership, not his handsome looks, his kindness, or even his smile. Of course, she liked those things about him too. Without them, he wouldn't be Lionel. But, what she liked the most was his coldness, his detached logic and his emotionless control. It was his ability to act as though nothing could faze him, as though the world were a meaningless ant to be squashed beneath his feet. That was what filled her with the most infatuation. Ana regained her bearings, the blush on her face receding. The thought of Lionel's cold eyes staring down at her as he broke past her final line of defense was most definitely a fantasy she hadn't thought would come bubbling up like this, but she also knew that this was probably the only chance she'd have at not having to explain it all in so many words. If there ever came a day she had to, she might very well die of embarrassment. So instead, she was thankful she now had a way of making Lionel continue without having to say why. Aina smiled lightly. You're a smart boy, you can figure out what I mean. Just don't close your eyes next time. Aina already felt a faint anticipation for this next time. If her loins weren't screaming no, she might want it to be right now. Lionel continued to blink in confusion. How could he guess the whirlwind of thoughts in her mind? His dreamscape sputtered and fell flaccid, unable to understand in the slightest. He was just an innocent teenage boy in the youthful stages of his first relationship. How could he know that women could have fantasies sometimes even more elaborate and eyebrow-raising than men? Since Aina had said so, he could only accept her word at face value. Aina used the last of her strength to pull Lionel down to her side, wrapping around him like a koala bear before falling into a deep and satisfied sleep. Lionel found himself looking up at the ceiling, confusion still lighting his gaze. To his right, a beauty clung to his body tightly, her cheek resting on his arm. Lionel suddenly realized that Aina's breasts were pressed flush against his torso. He still couldn't understand how such a petite body could form such mountains. But as though that wasn't bad enough, her leg wrapped over his own, so he could faintly feel the outline of that special place on his skin, the softness of her thighs and those lips hammering against his mind. Lionel looked down at his boxers which still hadn't been taken off from start to finish, the prominent outline of a rod standing at attention clearly visible with nowhere to vent. I think I can give Dark Cloud Prison a few tips on how to torture their prisoners. An illusory tear fell down Lionel's cheek. Chapter 650. Lionel slowly woke up to the feeling of something soft in his palms. His hand subconsciously squeezed at Aina's bottom, the elasticity bringing a smile to his face. How comfortable. His Aina was quite petite, but whether it be her breasts or her bottom, they existed on a plane of their own. He hadn't been bold enough to touch her so freely in the past, but as their relationship grew deeper, he found an odd piece doing exactly this. Pervert. Aina mumbled under her breath, but she didn't open her eyes. It seemed that she still wanted to nap. At the moment, she was feeling very comfortable. In the past, she wouldn't have dared sleep by Lionel in the nude either. But, it seemed a bit silly for her to be so reserved after what happened in the past day. Lionel smiled. How's Hero Peak been? Aina's brow furrowed when she heard this question. Her cheek continued to rest on Lionel's arm, but it was clear that she didn't like this question very much. Or, rather, she didn't seem to like Hero Peak very much. The peak is fine, but it's not right. It doesn't make sense for you to still be in the freshman quarters. Aina had obviously known that this would happen, or else she would have never come here to find Lionel in the first place. But, that didn't mean that she would be satisfied with such a thing. Lionel chuckled. Am I missing a lot by not joining a peak? Aina bit her lips slightly, but even without saying anything, it was clear that the answer was yes. After a bit, she began to explain and Lionel too realized that he was indeed missing out on a lot. If one thought back to Brave City, it would be easy to recall the number of resources that city had. Whether it was the special force abodes, to the style monuments, and even to the secret formations within the tower at the center that neither Lionel nor Aina got to experience. They were all top-tier places to train. If there were such things for a mere city reserved for recruitment. Just what did the main organization have? Those things were just the tip of the iceberg, but many things Lionel learned in the place were still a part of his main fighting prowess. To this very day, Lionel still used the dream force he gained from Brave City and it was responsible for the greatest leap in his strength. Even if he ignored that, he used the angelic swordman's movement style almost as often. If Lionel were to have never stepped foot into Brave City, he wouldn't even be half as powerful as he was now. When he put these matters into perspective, it seemed that he was indeed missing out on a lot. Maybe he should be more infuriated about being blue-balled in this way. Well, maybe. But, he couldn't bring himself to be mad with a naked beauty by his side. Who cared about those things? Lionel smiled stupidly, gazing down on Aina's face. At that moment, she happened to be itching her cheek, causing a small pang to ripple through his chest. He didn't care about Aina's scars. Even if they never disappeared, he would still choose her over everyone else. But, watching her suffer through such discomfort left him feeling more rage than any mere vice leader of Hero Peak could cause. Noticing how stuffy the room was, Lionel felt a bit guilty. The dorm rooms left for the freshmen were indeed terrible. The room only had a small window nearing the ceiling, the room itself being barely 5 meters long and 3 meters wide. As expected, there was hardly any ventilation in here. To Lionel, though he hadn't realized before, but humidity and heat had little to no effect on him. So, he hadn't even realized that the room was getting so uncomfortable. Lionel had never even thought of resources before, but at that moment, the thought of never allowing Aina to suffer bloomed in his heart again. She was his girlfriend, his future wife, the woman he wanted nothing more than to spend his life with. Lionel's gaze flashed with a cold light. Anyone who wanted to make her experience such discomfort deserved to pay a severe price. It seemed he would have to move out of this place. Lionel reached out a hand. With a thought, the concentration of fire elemental force in the room dispersed. It was just a simple principle. There was no such thing as cold. Fundamentally, cold was just the absence of heat. If he wanted to help Aina feel more comfortable, it was just as easy as if he had some sort of ice ability. The itchiness Aina felt plummeted instantly, a sweet smile spreading across her lips. Don't worry about the peaks. Even if I don't join one, I'd like to see if they'd really stop me from using their facilities. Lionel's lip curled. You're going to cause trouble again? Me? Trouble? Does this look like the face of someone who causes trouble? Lionel grinned. Aina opened her eyes just to give Lionel an unimpressed look. But, unfortunately for her, while Lionel only had to look down to see her, she had to prop herself up on an elbow to see him. The result was Lionel's vision being drawn to 2 delicate pink protrusions. When Aina realized where Lionel was looking, she blushed profusely, however she didn't get a chance to run away before Lionel's lips found their way to her own. Lionel pulled Aina on top of him, his hands firmly grasping onto her plump ass. His fingers sunk into their softness, a certain member of his standing at attention almost immediately. Aina pulled back from their kiss, her gaze already having become somewhat glossy. I almost forgot, I brought you something to eat. Don't you want to? We can eat later. Lionel said quickly, greedily tasting Aina's lips again. Just as the couple seemed intent on entering a round 2, a blaring siren rang over the organization. No, not a blaring siren, but rather the sonorous ring of a large bronze bell. Lionel was shocked into sitting up, a single arm of his wrapped all the way around Aina's waist. It shouldn't have been possible for such a sound to reach them through all his protections. It was then he realized that the sound hadn't reached the room. Rather, it was touching upon his senses that hovered outside of it. This was his first line of defense. He had decided to put it up after what happened last time with Tetris. As for what reached the room itself, it was a strong vibration that shook the whole building. The direction of the sound. Lionel was sure that it was Valiant Hall. But why? For some reason, Lionel got a sinking feeling. Sparks sputtered in his dreamscape, unable to connect. Chapter 651. What's wrong? Aina's hazy gaze cleared thanks to Lionel's sudden movement. It was only then that she sensed the vibration of the room, causing her to frown. There's a bell ringing outside. Lionel said after a moment. A bell? Oh. Aina seemed to have realized something. You know what it is? Lionel's gaze met Aina's. You would know too if not for. Aina's frown deepened. She had forgotten because of Lionel's advances, but she was still very unhappy about Hero Peak's actions. If Lionel didn't have the right to join a peak, then considering the talent level of this organization, no one should be able to. Aina shook her head. We can ignore it if you want. After listening to Aina's explanation, Lionel understood. Apparently, this bell was meant to call for a meeting. Depending on the tone of the bell, it could be a meeting of all sorts. Apparently, in this instance, a peak was challenging another. This challenge was usually a battle for resources outside of the annual tournament and only occurred when there was a grudge boiling between two peaks that needed to be quickly settled. However, apparently this wasn't always the case. It was also a court of sorts to expose the wrongdoings of a peak as well. Lionel frowned when he gained this information, because it was completely unhelpful to him. He had a bad feeling, but he had never joined any peaks, so it was impossible to target him through such a thing. It was all too confusing. Am I really just being paranoid? Aina didn't seem very intent on going. She wanted to spend more time with Lionel after so long apart. If it wasn't for Hephaestus, they could at least train side by side, which wouldn't leave her in such a state of longing. But at least for now, it wasn't very possible. She had already decided that when she was gathering up merit points for the right to join the competition to enter the Valiant Heart Zone, she would go together with Lionel. However, Aina could sense that there was something making Lionel uneasy right now. Lionel took a deep breath. I think I have to go. Okay. I'll go with you, then. Technically, Aina knew that it was mandatory for everyone within the mountain range to be present for this meeting, but she hadn't cared. If Lionel had wanted to skip it, she would have skipped it. But since he wanted to go, she would go. The couple quickly got dressed. Do I look okay? The words fell from Aina's mouth before she even realized what she was asking, but she was indeed a bit worried. The two had been tangled up for the better part of a day and weren't exactly the neatest and cleanest at the moment. Luckily, both of their bodies were within the fourth dimension, so it took more than just a day for them to start smelling terrible. But that didn't change the fact Aina's hair was a mess at the moment. Lionel chuckled. He knew that Aina would prefer to have short hair. He really had no idea why she insisted on keeping it so long. As for Lionel's own hair, its form retention was exceptionally high due to the odd material it was made out of. It was flexible, but snapped back into place just as easily. Even he was surprised by how straight it was right now. Stop laughing. Aina all but pouted. I can't go out like this. Okay. Lionel chuckled. Taking the segmented cube from Aina, he caused a stream of cleansing water to douse her completely, just like he had done when he found her on the White City battlefield. Now that he thought about it, he definitely should have used this during the freshman trials. Before Aina could panic about being wet now, Lionel touched her shoulder, a controlled stream of fire elemental force drying her completely. With the abilities of cleansing waters, just a drizzle was hundreds of times more potent than taking a normal shower. Perfect. Lionel smiled. Let's go. Grabbing Aina's hand as she slipped on her mask, Lionel's expression turned serious. The location was Valiant Hall. As the symbol of justice for Valiant Heart Mountain, it was obvious that any grudges would be chosen to be settled in this very place. In the back of the hall, there was a large open space that would look somewhat like a football field by Lionel's estimation. But, rather than having a large grass field, there were instead massive stone platforms, each with a tall pillar on its four corners. At that moment, flocks of people were swarming in, whispering among themselves. For some odd reason, no one seemed intent on making a lot of noise. It had been many years since the last challenge between peaks was instituted. Although it wouldn't be a massive event every time, there was no doubt that most massive events were centered around it. This alone wouldn't be enough to cause such a hushed atmosphere. The truth was that the root cause lay in what standing one had to have to call such a meeting in the first place. How could a normal individual mandate the appearance of everyone in the organization? Who was able to do this was an existence the vast majority here couldn't afford to offend. After entering the arena, everyone split into 7 streams. The seats in the stands around the massive structure was also split into 7 seating sections, each separated by a wide set of steps. Each and every one of these sections represented a different peak, each with thousands of students of their own. It was at this moment that Lionel and Aina appeared amongst the stream of people hand in hand. Rather than heading toward the Hero Peak seating arrangements, Aina chose to sit on the ground floor with Lionel along with all the other freshmen. As more people streamed in, the more quiet the place seemed to become. Chapter 652. The freshmen' seating arrangements were not very well thought out. Since freshmen like Lionel hadn't even been informed of the importance of the bell, it was obvious that not many were expected to appear in the first place. Usually, at sporting events, the closer one was to the ground floor, the better. But, in this place, it wasn't quite the same. With the strength of vision those in the fourth dimension had, the viewing experience would hardly be any different whether they were near the bottom or near the top. Regardless, it was only a difference of a few hundred meters. Thanks to this difference in foundation, those with more strength preferred to sit higher, looking down on those beneath them. This was especially so for the seating arrangement set aside from Founding Peak, the Peak of Elders. Whereas every other peak gained a large somewhat cone-shaped seating section, Founding Peak was the only section that didn't have a range of seats from the absolute closest to the absolute furthest. Rather, the entire bottom section of their seating arrangements were outfitted with stone slabs, leaving just a small section at the very top for sitting. As a result, Founding Peak only had 5 rows of seats as opposed to the almost 100 every other seating section had. With such a grandiose display, not many paid attention to Lionel and Aina to begin with. Even those that recognized Lionel from the posters or saw the Hero Peak emblem on the masked girl beside him, didn't say a word. This wasn't the situation for them to be poking their nose into the matters of others. No one wanted to be the person who caused a scene right now. The Hero Peak stands had a haughtiness about them the other peaks simply didn't. When one became used to standing at the top, this could only be expected. By now, the pride of the Hero Peak students had sunk into their very bones. Nearer the top of their seating section, the leg room increased and the chairs became more luxurious. On the second highest row, one could find a group of old-timers. These were peak-specific elders and they were usually tasked with making sure the peaks themselves didn't get too out of order. But it was in this row that a middle-aged woman scrunched her brows. She kept scanning the Hero Peak section and had taken note of every student that had come, but she hadn't caught the faintest glimpse of the person she was looking for. Could it be that they had really gone off on a mission? "What are you frowning about so much, Magneral?" Magneral gazed toward the elder who had spoken to her, her frown not lessening. "Aina hasn't appeared in more than a day now, but she hadn't said anything to me before disappearing. Now I can't find her. I already told that girl to not go off and do any missions. What good is that brutish battle axe to such a petite young woman? She should be spending more time in the lab." The elder who had spoken, just for the sake of idle chatter, gave Magneral a weird look. This was Valiant Heart Mountain. They weren't known for their secondary professions. If not for this, their top force crafter would at least be tier 1 of the 5th dimension. Students came here to learn to fight, not craft or concoct. If this Aina had enough talent to make this Magneral pull her hair out just looking for her, then if she had really wanted to pursue force pill crafting, she would have gone to any number of force pill guilds rather than being here. This was to say that for anyone sane. It was obvious that Aina would want to keep swinging her brutish battle axe, right? Plus, from what he had heard, this Aina was quite well known on Hero Peak already. And it was most definitely not for her force pill crafting. But this old man knew better than to say such words to Magneral. Everyone knew how crazy this woman was. Plus, she controlled the highest class food Hero Peak had to offer. No one wanted to get on the bad side of their chef unless they really wanted to die. Of course, Magneral was still aware of all of these things, but Aina was simply too talented. She had practically picked up everything she had to teach in just a month. From a novice, she could already rival a tier 7 or 8 force pill crafter in technique. It was just that her foundational knowledge was abysmal. Whenever that girl did something crazy that Magneral thought no sane force pill crafter would ever do, not only would it seemingly always work out, when Magneral pressed for an explanation, Aina would always say that it was just a feeling. This kind of ability. How could it be wasted on battle? Exasperated by her own rant, Magneral scanned the crowd again only to happen to land upon a mask she found too familiar. The issue was that this mask wasn't anywhere near the Hero Peak seats at all. Finally finding her precious Aina, Magneral sighed a breath of relief. But, seeing that she was also holding the hand of a boy, she froze. Magneral felt her heart shatter into a million pieces as though she was watching her daughter fly off to another home. Don't tell me that she disappeared all this time for a boy? And a freshman who hasn't entered a peak yet after 2 months? Magneral felt as though she was having an aneurysm. But, not only did she also not have the guts to cause a scene here despite her elder status, it was then that the stone slabs beneath the founding peak seating section began to shift. A hushed quiet fell over the whole arena. Soon, the rumbling movement of the stone came to a pause, revealing a platform. On this platform sat a podium that a few figures slowly walked out of the darkness to approach. Lionel's eyes narrowed. There were 2 individuals there, one of which he recognized with ease. Hephaestus. His long arms, his terrible posture, his impossibly shredded body, even down to his toothy grin. Lionel recognized it all. Hero Peak? What were they doing? The young man Lionel didn't recognize stepped forward. His height was head shorter than Hephaestus and his looks were just ordinary. He didn't look very special in the slightest, yet Hephaestus gave way to him. The young man stepped to the podium, his gaze without a hint of emotion. Without even an introduction, his monotonous voice began to speak. We of Hero Peak are here to issue a challenge. He said plainly and without any hurry. The seating sections tensed. Everyone looked around, trying to find the target. No one had heard about any big conflicts occurring recently, so they hoped to tell by the reaction of the individual peaks who might be the likely victim. But what no one noticed at that moment was that the reaction was the same for every peak. It was then that the plain young man spoke words that seemed to hollow out the arena. We hereby challenge Valiant Hall for all their wrongdoings. They no longer deserve their throne as peacekeepers of Valiant Heart Mountain and should be demoted back to a peak. Chapter 653. Lionel's pupils constricted. Had he heard wrong? His hand couldn't help but tighten slightly against Anna's. He still hadn't gotten an answer for his worries, but he felt as though he was inching closer to it. Lionel didn't quite understand why he cared or why he had a sinking feeling to begin with. Valiant Hall didn't mean much of anything to him. No one he really cared about was a part of it. In fact, he had only interacted with 2 members. One was Sale, who he had a bit of a complicated relationship with. After he dealt with their misunderstanding, he didn't hate her, but he also didn't have strong feelings toward her either. At best, they were just acquaintances who got off on the wrong foot. The other was Jerson. Though he hadn't seen him since their battle, that could be considered to be a negative relationship. This was all to say that Lionel shouldn't care about what happened to Valiant Hall in the slightest. In fact, he should care so little that if things made sense, had be eager enough to get back to his and Anna's alone time that he might very well leave this very second. As for whatever backlash that came with that, why would he care? All of this was only one aspect of these matters. The other aspect was something that seemed even more difficult to wrap his head around. Demoting Valiant Hall to a peak. How? If the organization was structured such that Valiant Hall was the only neutral party, the only party that could settle disputes, the only party that could maintain order, then what Hero Peak was essentially demanding was a complete restructuring of Valiant Heart Mountain. Was that even possible? Was it allowed? The only answer could be yes. Lionel didn't believe that Hero Peak would actually be stupid enough to propose something that wasn't feasible. Lionel was faintly aware that there was some competition between Hero Peak and Valiant Hall. But as a new member of their organization, he hadn't paid much attention if any at all. It seemed that those matters hadn't been as small as he once thought. The young man continued to speak unperturbed as though he couldn't sense the shock of the crowd. In recent years, Valiant Hall has had an unprecedented strength in controlling the outcome of matters in our organization. Despite supposedly being neutral, they seem to very clearly have their own biases and have grown corrupt to the point of believing themselves to be infallible. 2 years ago, my Hero Peak proposed a plan to bring our Valiant Heart Mountain out from the brink of despair and back toward a brighter future. But, instead of calmly analyzing this plan as they should, Valiant Hall ignored our pleas. In the past, I thought that maybe we were in the wrong. The plan we set forth was indeed ambitious. And, though our hearts were in the right place, the truth was that changing the status quo after so long would be jarring for all. However, the actions of Valiant have made my heart run cold. By now, the members of Valiant Hall had been aware of all the commotion. In order to enforce their neutral stance, usually, only a few members of Valiant Hall came to organize this event. However, they wouldn't show their faces. Rather, the individuals who opened this platform for the young man to speak were the only members of the Valiant Hall present. When they heard to the words the young man was speaking, how could they not panic? They had thought, much like everyone else, that this would be targeting another peak. The likely guess was Brave Peak or maybe Honor Peak, but they had never thought that it wasn't a peak at all. This may sound odd. If Valiant Hall wasn't here in some substantial capacity, then how would these things be settled upon? The answer came in two layers. First, the crowd, with the only exception of freshmen who had yet to join a peak, would vote on the validity of the arguments presented. As long as there was a majority acceptance for the claims levied, the final outcome would be decided by combat. Whatever battles that occurred would be restricted to the youth as a way of maintaining the majority of the peace in the organization. But, with this came a massive issue. By now, if everyone didn't know who this young man was, they'd be too foolish. This young man was a legend in his own right, the most powerful youth on Valiant Hall Mountain, a young man who would soon grow into a man that could overshadow even Valiant Hall Mountain's head. Despite his plain appearance, despite his unhurried words or his monotone delivery, even despite his relatively short stature, he was the most respected student of Valiant Heart Mountain. The hero. Raylion. Finding another member of the younger generation to defeat him? Was that a joke? The moment Hero Peak stepped forward, this matter was as good as over. As long as their evidence was strong enough, Valiant Hall didn't stand a single chance. But the question was their evidence strong enough? The fact that they dared to call this meeting seemed to signal that the answer to this question was yes. And the moment Raylion began to speak on these matters, was the exact moment they realized just how true this was. Raylion stretched out a hand. Understanding his meaning, Hephaestus immediately handed over a scroll. Unfurling it without much fanfare, Raylion allowed the end of the scroll to clatter against the ground. His actions seemed unhurried and without theatrics, but anyone who understood anything about human psychology could realize just how terrifying this Raylion was. Lionel didn't notice it, but Aina definitely did. His gaze only grew colder and colder, not moving from Raylion from start to finish. At that moment it was hard to tell exactly what Lionel was thinking of. Chapter 654. Valiant Hall uses 20% of resources allocated for students without ever participating in resource competitions. Valiant Hall has exactly 793 cases of corruption in just this past half year alone since we began to track. Case 1, Student Adderall, guilty of embezzling merit points. Case 2, Student Zyron, guilty of embezzling merit points. Case 3, Student Feanor, guilty of embezzling merit points. Case 7, Student Ren, guilty of exchanging merit points for favors. Case 8, Student Enkaz, guilty of exchanging merit points for favors. Case 11, Student Morgo, guilty of exchanging merit points in exchange for sexual favors. Like a monotonous drone, Raylion began to list all the instances of the past half year. The stories were packed with such detail that one found it difficult to believe that they were fake. Things were only made worse by the fact these individuals of Valiant Hall weren't present to defend themselves. Things only continued to become more and more oppressive the more time Raylion spent speaking. It seemed that he had done things on purpose, placing the most benign crimes ahead of the quickly worsening ones. Explanations of exploitation, theft, and even sexual assault and violence were described in vivid detail, leaving many sitting in a state of half being at a loss and another half truly uncomfortable. Case 22, Student Sailor, guilty of. Case 31, Student Kiers, guilty of. Case 47, Teacher. The moment Raylion said the word teacher, the entire arena seemed to have deflated. It wasn't the kind of deflation one might experience from a waning balloon, but rather the kind that one would experience the second after a bomb dropped. The kind of deflation where the world lost its sound, color and feel before a blinding light and a cacophonic boom assaulted the senses. Up until this point, Raylion mentioned no one but students. Though these matters were serious, especially since many of them were in high positions, it felt as though this matter could still be dealt with easily. At the very least, if it was only the young that were corrupt, things would be easier to handle. But the moment Raylion said otherwise, it felt as though the whole world came to a grinding halt. Arnla, guilty of skipping out on private tutoring and stealing the merit points of students for nothing in return. Case 48, Student Nige, guilty of. Case 49, Student Ril, guilty of. Case 50, Teacher Ven, guilty of. There was no respite. The names of teachers, famous ones even, began to be named one after another. It was a relentless onslaught of detailed stories spoken in a voice that couldn't have been less lively. But that only made it all the more grating on the soul. Case 102, Teacher Ludger, guilty of. Raylion's words were endless. By the time he reached higher into the triple digits, many began to realize that some names were appearing more and more often. Whereas in the beginning one might appear just a single time, the worse the crimes became, the more it seemed as though the same people were committing them. Case 239, Student Lancerin, guilty of posting fraudulent missions for enriching himself. Case 243, Student Lancerin, guilty of. Case 331, Teacher Daoist, guilty of using disciples for labor without teaching appropriately in response. Case 334, Teacher Daoist, guilty of. Case 549, Teacher Pool. Case 561, Teacher Pool. Case 792, Teacher Ingson, guilty of selling Valiant Hall's inventory to the merchants. His actions were learned of by one of his students, resulting in her rape and subsequent death. Case 793, Teacher Ingson, guilty of gross negligence. In a campaign against our sworn enemy, the Oryx tribe, his decisions led to the death of 14 geniuses of our Valiant Heart Mountain. The only survivor has been bribed into silence and has suffered through untold humiliation. Sale liars. Lionel's gaze, by now, was boring holes into Raylion. This only became worse after he heard Sale's name. He didn't care for the woman, but that didn't mean he wanted to hear her name in this context. Even if what Raylion said was true, weaponizing the names of victims in this way was simply gross beyond recourse. Raylion calmly rolled up his scroll, taking his time as though he didn't have a care in the world. By this point, there were numerous members of Valiant Hall who had stormed into the arena. But, without a place for them to sit, they could only stand on the dueling platforms, their gazes alight with fury as they stared at Raylion. Amongst them, there was a familiar figure in Sale. Her aura was so heavy that a wide space had been carved out around her. Everyone knew that if there was going to be a battle, she would be the one to fight. But at that moment, it seemed it took everything within her not to rip Raylion limb from limb at this very moment. I've listed out many names. By now, they've likely become jumbled in your minds to the point that their crimes are meaningless. Honestly, I never wanted to reveal the trials and tribulations of victims in this way, but there was one matter that pushed me over the edge. It was this exact matter that made me understand that Valiant Hall had no right to be the arbiter of justice any longer. Raylion continued to speak, completely unperturbed. 6 months ago, a brave city on a small fourth-dimensional world known as Terrain accepted 3 disciples. This seems like a story we all have been through, however that isn't the case. There is nothing about this story to be respected or revered. Of these 3 disciples, only one actually went through the necessary trials and earned a right to stand by our sides. As for the other 2, they were let in through the back door. A murmur went through the crowd, but Raylion seemed to have not noticed. This was truly an unfortunate case. Whether out of jealousy or spite, this 3rd disciple, a man who should have become one of our brothers, was killed by one of these 2 disciples before ever getting the chance to step foot onto our mountain. The name of our lost brother is Anared Kiafur, may we mourn his loss. The crowd grew silent, a bubbling animosity brewing in their hearts. Unfortunately, this is only the beginning. The killer of our worthy brother appeared at our gates no more than 2 months ago. Intent on keeping his lofty status, he disregarded our customs and disrespected his seniors, even to the point of smearing our treasures and weapons as trash. The end result was 3 of your fellow brothers bleeding to death while hanging from a tree. And what did Valiant Hall do, you might ask? Out of fear for this person's background, the matter was swept under the rug and ignored. I wish this was the end of our story, but unfortunately it is not. In retaliation, our brothers did the only thing we could. Since we didn't dare to offend a man with such a powerful background, we could only try to smear his name. But no more than a week after our only path toward redemption was taken, Valiant Hall stepped in once again, not only allowing the destruction of King of Or's faction, but also removing our posters and smothering our hearts. Raylion swept his gaze over the crowd, his gaze just as expressionless. However, it was this final matter that broke my final hint of hope in Valiant Hall. Rather than fighting for those it should, Valiant Hall sought to appease this man. Despite not being a part of a reputable faction, and even without the slightest hint of understanding toward crafting, this was a man who had the audacity to say that a Tier 7 treasure was nothing but garbage, was allowed to enter the Golden Exchange list at the behest of Valiant Hall. Not only was this man appeased to the extreme, but his so-called crafts led to the deaths of 7 more of our brothers. The atmosphere was silent but seemed to simultaneously boil. By now, even Sail's momentum seemed to have lost its sails, her rage feeling as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over it. I will not say the name of this man. Some of you know of him, some of you don't. But, his name is one I feel too much disgust to speak with my own lips. I can only say that the tyranny of Valiant Hall will come to an end this day. I, Raylion Ranlith, will not stand for it. Raylion finished and stepped from the podium, his expression just as calm and unhurried. They say that the worst movements in all of history always had a common enemy. There may have never been a Nazi party had the Jewish never existed. It seemed that Raylion had decided to make Lionel exactly that. Chapter 655. LMAO, I just keep waking up later and later, so chapters are coming out later and later. I wonder if my sleeping schedule will eventually go full circle. Second chapter coming soon. It was an intricately woven story, indeed. In fact, it was certain that there wasn't a hint of falsehood in his words as well. Though the truth behind its interpretation might be different, one had to hand it to Raylion. He didn't step outside of his bounds to stretch the facts even by a small measure. Yet, what these audience members didn't know was that Raylion had sacrificed 10 of his so-called brothers in order to allow his words to ring true. Those 3 floor sweeper Lionel hung from a tree. The force art he drew around them to keep people away would last a few weeks at best. Fourth-dimensional existences could easily last that long without sleep, let alone food or water. Beyond that, their injuries shouldn't have been severe enough to cause their deaths either, or else Lionel wouldn't have left them there. It was no wonder Lionel didn't hear anything about those 3 after the initial instance. Hero Peak had already decided to make them a part of this plot from the very beginning. Then there were the 7 who supposedly died from Lionel's crafts. Lionel didn't know anything about this, but did that matter? Since when did Raylion and Hero Peak care about whether he was in the know or not? The truth was that Kayla and the others had already been panicking about this for the past more than day. However, they weren't able to contact Lionel because he had spent his time with Aina all the while. And, unlike with his Aina, he hadn't given Kayla and the others a method of contacting him. It could be said that the Polished Glass faction had fallen from the greatest of highs to rock bottom in the blink of an eye. Who would dare to do business with them? They had been blacklisted from the Golden Exchange list. The 7 that had died were all from Hero Peak, so normal students didn't dare to risk offending such an existence. Even if they created a perfect product next time, who would care? It had to be admitted that this plot was sinister indeed. Maybe the most infuriating part was that the target wasn't even Lionel, he just happened to be a useful catalyst. Humans tended to grow desensitized to things quickly. Hearing about millions dying across the world would never be as impactful as watching one person being murdered right in front of you. This was the truth of human psychology. Raylion didn't need Lionel's story. Without it, he would still have more than enough evidence to take Valiant Hall down and implement the changes to Valiant Heart Mountain he had always wanted to see. But the convenience of Lionel was too good to pass up. Without Lionel, there would likely still be some resistance to his plans. But, with a public enemy to point to every time, a dark example of what could have been, molding the people to his will would be much easier. At that moment, Aina was seething with rage. A bloodthirsty aura hung around her, almost forming a crimson fog dotted with blackness. However, just as she moved to stand, she found Lionel lightly pulling her back. Aina looked back, only to find Lionel looking toward her with a light smile. There was no anger on his face, no coldness. In fact, he looked toward Aina with the same loving gaze he always gave her. It was as though these matters had nothing to do with him in the slightest. Lionel wasn't a meathead who flew into a rage at every slight. If Hephaestus and the others believed this, Lionel could only say that they weren't as intelligent as he thought that they were. Anyone who believed this, for that matter, was nothing but wrong. What could make Lionel lose control were only matters related to his Aina and his mother. In fact, even if one insulted his father, he might not even get angry. It was more likely that he'd burst into a fit of laughter as opposed to anything else. With all the trauma that old man had given him in his life, he deserved some harsh words thrown at his back. By now, Lionel only used the dictionary when he absolutely had to. He kept running into his father's practical jokes. Plus, he was tired of being called Seed and hearing about how great Father Overlord was. It was a pain in the ass. But, Raylion hardly mentioned Aina, likely because he couldn't afford to disparage a member of his peak at such a sensitive time. And, obviously, he hadn't mentioned his mother either. One might think that Raylion's biggest mistake was provoking Lionel and making him out to be an enemy. But, this wasn't true. His biggest mistake was provoking Lionel and making him into an enemy. Without first enraging him. Facing a calm Lionel with a level head? A Lionel with an amused expression in his eye rather than one of rage? It was clear that Hero Peak had no idea what they had gotten themselves into. Lionel pulled Aina down to his side, placing a palm on her thighs and squeezing gently to reassure her. "Don't worry about it," Lionel said lightly. Aina's chest heaved in her rage. Clearly, she hadn't been able to calm down just because Lionel said so. But, seeing the look in his eye, she could only sit obediently. The voting process went exactly as one would imagine. Even with attempts at refuting Raylion due to lack of evidence, Valiant Hall was still woefully unequipped to handle these matters, having never been challenged in this way before. With no suspense, Hero Peak won their suit by a landslide. As a freshman, Lionel didn't even have the right to vote and he could only watch as the members of Valiant Hall trembled with rage. Sail balled her fists, her shoulders trembling. It felt as though everything she was trying to protect was coming crumbling down. In fact, it was the action she took that brought everything to a head. She couldn't help but be racked with guilt, embarrassment, and anger. There was only one chance she had to fix all of this. "Raylion, get down here," she roared, her aura causing whipping winds to slash across the stone platform. Chapter 656. Big Sis. Jerson's face was filled with all sorts of complicated emotions. She could feel Sail's rage, but he also knew it was all futile. Defeating Raylion? It was impossible. Everyone knew how terrible his ability was. Even if he never trained an ounce of force in his life, he would be an undefeatable force. To ask Sail to carry this weight on her shoulders was no different from asking her to walk through a wall of fire. She might not even leave this place in one piece. Raylion looked down from the stone rising, his gaze just as expressionless. As though Sail's challenge didn't mean anything to him, he began to speak again. Now that the will of the people has been spoken, the context of the coming battle must be laid out. The crowd grew hushed once again, their emotions still boiling from the recent events. This was the most important part of every trial. After the majority agreed, the wager would be set. This wager would decide what changes would occur and what spoils would be given to the winner. Usually, this would just be a change in the percentage resource allocation. But, something was telling the crowd now that this would be a much larger change. Raylion brought out another scroll and handed it to Hephaestus. With a toothy grin, Hephaestus accepted the scroll and leapt down from on high. His stride was so long that he practically did the splits in the air, plummeting down more than 20 meters and landing with a soft thud on the toes of his feet as though it was nothing. Hephaestus cracked his neck, standing amidst the ground of valiant hall members without a care in the world. It was as though he didn't fear them lashing out at all. Well? Aren't you all going to scram? I have a battle to fight. Hephaestus said with a wide, toothy yawn. If everyone didn't understand what was happening by now, they'd be fools. Rather than stepping forward himself, Rey Lion had actually sent Hephaestus to battle in his stead. This sort of nonchalance. Sale's chest was steaming pile of rage by this point, but she could only watch as the valiant hall crowd parted for Hephaestus to walk through them. With light toss, Hephaestus threw the scroll into a bowl. Immediately afterward, it erupted into a pillar of flames, but he didn't react much to this. It seemed that he was already prepared for this outcome. It's been set. Hephaestus said with a grin, beginning to exaggeratedly stretch out his body. Are you idiots still not leaving yet? There only needs to be 2 people up here. Hephaestus showed not the slightest hint of respect for the valiant hall members, forcing them to clear out even beneath their seething anger. Are we really going to allow this? Within the Founding Peak section, the elders had been watching the happenings without a word from start to finish. They had initially set up the Valiant Heart Mountain political system to allow competition between the youths, but they were certain that whatever changes Hero Peak had proposed with that scroll couldn't just be a matter of the younger generation. It would cause great, rippling tides to drown whatever semblance of their old teachings that remained. If the elders of the organization couldn't tell that all of this was a farce, then who would? Still, even now, while Sale and Hephaestus faced each other in a pending duel, of them stepped forward to do anything? Even the elder who spoke had never really expected an answer to his question. For years, they had done it the traditional way. But those traditional ways were exactly what put them on the brink of destruction. Valiant Heart Mountain seemed to be at peace right now, even to a point where they could leisurely have such bouts of internal strife, but the elders knew better. They were a wilting flower, prepared to collapse at any moment. Maybe in as little as 10 years, they wouldn't be able to hold their heads up high any longer. But Rey Lion was a beacon of hope. Even if his methods were underhanded and cruel, which part of the dimensional verse was clean? Maybe, before it was all too late, they should try everything they could. Who knows, maybe this new system would bring about a surprise for them. Maybe, with this new system, they'd be able to rise from the ashes and become something greater. Who knows if these elders were correct or not? But, what was true regardless was that an organization without courage would never get anywhere. Sale balled her fists, the air around her continuing to tremble. Hephaestus faced her with a cheeky grin, his back still bent over with terrible posture. But, anyone with sharp senses could almost see the bestial aura forming around him. He looked like a beast pulling against its chain, the bars that locked him in just about to snap. It was the moment when his momentum reached its peak that he suddenly moved. His head fell toward the ground, his legs stretching out. His body seemed flexible in ways it shouldn't be, his movements far too agile to come from a human. A swirl of wind was left in his wake, an upsurge of air moving quickly as though in an attempt to fill the space he had just vacated. He appeared before Sale in the blink of an eye. Her face was still seething, her fists still balled tightly to the point her nails were outlined in a coating of dripping blood. Hephaestus' long legs whipped forward, his lanky arms tightening around his body. The sudden shift made the torque of his hips reach astonishing levels. It felt as though a viper was snapping at her head rather than a foot. It didn't seem impossible for such a strike to decapitate her entirely. It was then that Sale finally moved, her rage bubbling forth. Bang! She crossed her arms in the path of Hephaestus' foot, the torrent of raging winds causing her hair to flutter and even her cheeks to deform slightly. It sounded like 2 steel plates had collided, neither willing to give in to the other. Chapter 657. Sale latched onto Hephaestus' leg, her eyes glowing with a dangerous light. This battle was indeed an insult to her. She, the preeminent youth of Valiant Hall, was looked down upon to the point of fighting a mere vice-leader of a peak. This kind of humiliation wasn't small. And the sinister plot behind it was even worse. She needed to win. She had to win. Sale's gaze grew bloodshot, her fury finally reaching a peak. She roared, blossoming blue tattoos of blooming flowers growing along her fair skin. Her wrists grew out with delicate blue lily petals and her hair lengthened, growing out into long, whipping vines. In what felt like an instant, the stage of the battle had been covered in these thick bluish-green vines, each blooming with large swaths of flowers. Sale's delicate exposed belly, her frail shoulders, even her lovely cheeks became covered in these tattoos. Yet, instead of ruining her appearance, it seemed to give her an exotic air. It was the kind of feeling one might have when gazing upon something alien. The feeling was only made more potent by the change in Sale's eyes. Her brown eyes became a bright blue, her irises morphing into the form of a six-petaled flower. Anyone who knew Sale knew that she was going all out. Sale's gaze glowed, her flower-petaled irises spinning one petal over. In that instant, a tattoo bloomed on Hephaestus' chest before he could put his leg away. Chuckling, Hephaestus finally pulled back, hopping through the network of vines and dodging their snapping whips as he touched the tattoo on his chest. Ho ho! How curious! Hephaestus felt that his body was slightly sluggish, as though his force circulation had slowed. He suddenly ducked down, dodging a vine aimed for the back of his head. By the time he looked up, Sale was already before him again, her movements not affected by her obscenely long hair in the slightest. She threw out a punch, forcing Hephaestus to block with a knee. His chuckling grated on her ears. There was nothing she wanted more than to rip that smile off of his face. Oh, big-chested beauty. Your eyes seem a little strained after that. Sale didn't respond, her fists raining down. The petals that surrounded her wrists suddenly separated, forming a hovering crown of sharp blades around her knuckles. Hephaestus' pupils constricted. His back arched backward until his palms touched the ground. The muscles of his torso flexed and writhed, his feet kicking up toward Sale's chin. Rather than meeting delicate skin, though, he found a blockade of vines in his way. Unable to dodge, his booming kick was stopped in its track. The air vibrated wildly as they clashed. But this time, Hephaestus couldn't pull his leg free so easily. Vines wrapped around his ankle, lifting him up and into the air. At that moment, it was as though Sale was walking on air. The same petals that formed around her wrists formed around her ankles, anchoring her legs as they pierced into the ground. Using them to gather the momentum and foundation she needed, Sale's arms flexed, her back pulsing with strength as she sent a punch toward the dangling Hephaestus. Hee, how interesting. Hanging upside down, Hephaestus seemed as though he was still able to react perfectly. His palms flipped over, causing two daggers to appear. Each was 3/4 of a foot long, shimmering beneath the setting sun. Clang! 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 The daggers and Sale's blade-like petals crossed, her fists' endless barrage being met and countered by Hephaestus instantly. At that moment, Sale's irises rotated by another petal, causing another flower tattoo to bloom on Hephaestus' body. In that small instant of time, Hephaestus' body slowed by another measure. He mistimed his block, Sale's fists shooting by his guard and ripping toward his chest. Hephaestus reacted as quickly as he could, flexing the muscle-dense tapestry that was his torso to swing himself to the side. But Sale's vines weren't stationary. Her gaze seemed to be able to counter everything, her sight seeing through Hephaestus' intentions with ease. In the instant Hephaestus wanted to swing, Sale's vines countered his weight, resulting in him staying in place. Poochie! The blue blades hovering around Sale's fists shot through Hephaestus' chest, piercing toward his heart. Her fury didn't seem to be satiated in the slightest. She wanted to watch her fists tear a hole through his body, to feel his blood running down her forearm. Valiant Heart Mountain meant too many things to Sale. She did everything she had to do, even lowering her head when she didn't want to, for the sake of watching it thrive and survive. There was little she cared more about than this. And of the few that existed, there was her master, a man she respected more than anyone else. Yet, not only was Hero Peak trying to force her dream to crumble, they were actually attacking her master in the process and dragging his name through the mud. She couldn't tolerate it. Sail roared, her fists driving forward. Her stance sunk downward, the petals around her ankles anchoring her into the ground as she pushed with all her might, the veins in her eyes practically bursting apart into a sea of red. At that moment, Hephaestus coughed, his body racked with pain. Oof. Are you trying to kill me, big-chested beauty? Sail's pupils constricted. She found her petal blades were stuck, not because Hephaestus had caught her arm, but rather because she couldn't seem to slice through the bones of his rib cage. Taking advantage of Sail's shock, Hephaestus spun, rapidly slicing apart the vines around his ankle and landing nimbly to avoid the vines that covered the ground. He looked down at his chest, watching the blood trickle down the blue tattoo that now covered it. He looked back up and grinned, licking his lips. But all Sail saw were the vertical slits his pupils became. Chapter 658. Your ability isn't bad, big-chested beauty. Did we strike a nerve? Sail's ability wasn't one that was publicly known. It was often difficult to tell what a person's ability was unless it was far too outside the norm. Something like the combination of techniques Sail had just used were most definitely too out there to not be an ability. Her eye technique, especially, made Hephaestus quite serious despite the grin on his face. She had only landed 2 of those tattoos on him, but just those 2 was enough to cut his force circulation down by 20%. Whether it was his force control or output, it all took a hit. Beyond that, Hephaestus' instincts also told him that landing these tattoos also allowed Sails to see through his force circulation as well, as though she had a connection to them. While her tattoos were hindering his force circulation, she could sense this flow and predict his next action based on this. It was truly a fearsome ability, indeed worthy of coming from a top disciple of Valiant Hall. In fact, if it wasn't for the lack of destructive ability, Hephaestus would feel that this ability was even better than Raylion's. If Hephaestus was honest, Sail's ability might even be at a higher evolutionary stage than Raylion's too. But there was a difference between Sail and Raylion. Hephaestus grinned a toothy grin when Sail didn't respond. I guess it's about time I get serious. It's a shame, big-chested beauty. You would think you would have realized by now that a fancier ability doesn't necessarily make you more powerful. At that moment, the change to Hephaestus' eyes set, his eyes glowing with a radiant yellow as the sun continued to set. His muscles wiggled and writhed, seemingly intent on bursting out from Hephaestus' tanned layer of skin. If Sail's ability made her a radiant diamond, Hephaestus' ability was just a copper coin found by the roadside. Sail could use all these beautiful tattoos and flower petals. As for Hephaestus, his ability was known simply from its title, Beast Mimicry. Author's note, stay away Kiba. Hephaestus could copy the physique of any beast he consumed the meat of into a humanoid figure. It allowed him their agility, their flexibility, their strength and their instincts all in a human form. Of course, he could do this with beasts only powerful to a certain limit. Or, rather, the more powerful the beast, the more of its meat he would need. Even a lower-level beast would need tens of carcasses for him to devour. However, even though Hephaestus could do so with any beast, he didn't. Rather, there was just one beast he liked to consume. One of the most powerful beasts of Valiant Heart Mountain. The black-patterned jaguar. Hephaestus' canines grew, his body crouching. Sail's pupils constricted. Bang! The ground beneath Hephaestus' feet cracked, the wind pressure of his sudden movement blowing the vines that had been near his feet away. In a flash, he appeared before Sail. With quick reactions, Sail countered the punch of his dagger, aiming for his head. She didn't block in the slightest. She directly pitted her determination against Hephaestus as though she couldn't sense the blade striking toward her liver. However, Hephaestus was dauntless. Mid-flight, his shoulder dropped and his neck curled to one side. Sail immediately realized that if the trajectory of her punch were to continue, she would mere take a small chunk of Hephaestus' shoulder. But, if she didn't pull back, her torso would be stabbed through. Sail abandoned her thoughts of countering, retreating instantly. But it was then that her irises rotated by yet another petal. This was her true goal. As long as this tattoo landed, a 30% decline wasn't something even a Hephaestus' ability could bridge the gap of. However, almost instantaneously, Hephaestus' strike came to a grinding halt at the same time. As though an agile jaguar, his muscles flexed all at once, his body hopping to one side. It was then that Sale's irises stopped rotating, but there was no third tattoo that appeared on Hephaestus. Eyesight was near instantaneous. But, as expected, the flower pattern had to travel through the air to land, making it avoidable. And, if Hephaestus was correct, Sale wouldn't be able to prepare another for another few minutes. He leapt forward, his daggers raining down in a combination of feints and sharp attacks. Sale landed a heavy foot backward, the blades hovering around her feet cracking the ground. But, at that moment, rather than helping her, they were a hindrance. When Sale went to lift her foot to take another step back and reposition herself for a counter, the split moment it took for her to pull out were all Hephaestus needed. He closed the distance between them, his daggers sweeping across and causing arcs of crimson to bloom. Sale narrowly dodged, her gaze flashing with anger when she realized that Hephaestus almost ripped her chest band in two. Was he still trying to humiliate her? In the next instant she winced, feeling a deep slice run through her torso. Sale! Jerson roared from the sidelines. Hephaestus' attack was relentless. The moment Sale suffered her first injury, it wasn't long before she suffered a second, then a third. As though a beast cornering their prey, Hephaestus' gaze bore down, he stalked forward, her momentum increasing and his canines glistening. His body became a lethal killing machine. His close combat ability was off the charts. His reaction time, his combination attacks, his counters. Each was more furious than the last. With just his two arms, he seemed capable of battling all of Sale's vines alone with her own arms and feet simultaneously. A single one of his strikes could sever a vine and counter her blade-infused punches. A single swing of his blade could tear a cut into her delicate skin and push her further into the pits of despair. The reversal was near instantaneous, and it only occurred to a single mistake, a single lapse. But in a battle of experts, this was all it took. Sale was pushed nearer to the end of the arena, her hatred brimming forth so fiercely that unshed tears brimmed at her eyes. However, what did fall wasn't those tears, but rather the blood from her popped blood vessels as she tried again and again to use her ability, only for Hephaestus to dodge as though he could predict her action before she took them. The members of Valiant Hall clenched their fists. Many shouted for Sale to just give up, but she didn't seem to hear any of them as the blood fell from her cheeks. Hephaestus cocked his hip back, his torso flexing as his leg whipped forward. It seemed to be the same strike he started the battle with, a devastating kick to the head capable of decapitating such a frail beauty. However, compared to then, after activating his ability in full, it was more than 3 times as lethal. Sale reacted quickly, putting up her arms to block. But this action was as good as giving up her arms for the rest of the battle. She already knew what would happen. It was then the words were spoken. I think that's enough. Valiant Hall has lost. It was impossible to tell when exactly he appeared, but Lionel grabbed at Hephaestus' leg while sweeping Sale in his other arm. Bang! Both Lionel and Sale were sent flying, skidding across the arena and almost falling over another side. Lionel whistled, looking at his hand just as he managed to steady his feet from falling over the edge. He couldn't help but smile a bit bitterly. Seems my wrist is fractured. He looked down at Sale, who seemed to have all but collapsed from exhaustion. Shaking his head, he walked down from the arena without looking back at Hephaestus. Withstanding the furious gazes of the Valiant Hall members, he handed Sale, who had fallen unconscious, to Jerson. Let's go. Lionel said to Aina. Let them have their fun for now. Lionel looked over his shoulder one last time, his gaze locking onto Raylion. A small smile tugged at his lip before he left. An odd atmosphere hung over the arena. Chapter 659. Those in the arena found it difficult to wrap their heads around what had just happened. They had all thought that some knight in shining armor was planning on swooping in, yet after saving Sail, this mysterious person hadn't done anything else. No one was sure how this person appeared, or how they even managed to stop Hephaestus' furious kick without suffering severely for it. It was as though he had simply teleported to the location. Of course, there were some who made the connection between this mysterious person and the posters that had been recently taken down. By extension, they also realized that it was this young man who was meant to be considered their public enemy at the moment. But this only made things more confusing. On the surface, it made sense. Since Valiant Hall and this young man were in cahoots from the very beginning, didn't it make sense for him to save Sail? But, on a deeper level, this was pure nonsense. Ray Lion had painted a much different picture. The narrative he had formed wasn't one of mutual interest, but rather one of a man with a powerful background preying on the corruption of Valiant Hall. If this latter story was the truth, would the arrogant young master described ever care to save anyone useless to him? In fact, shouldn't he be raging about since his name being swept through the mud? The odd shift in the atmosphere occurred without a single word being exchanged. But, what was done was done. The moment Sail was unable to battle, Hero Peak had already won, and the changes they wanted to implement to Valiant Heart Mountain would soon rule all of their lives. Yet, in the moment he should have been basking in his victory, Ray Lion's expressionless gaze flickered. Only the well-learned, thoughtful, and intelligent would be able to reach the second layer of analysis needed to understand the underlying oddity of Lionel's actions. The vast majority of people were not this and still felt that Lionel had acted because he was allied with Valiant Hall. But the support of such people was meaningless to Ray Lion. Such fools who could be so easily swayed could just as easily be swayed in a new direction tomorrow. Even as the first to leave the arena, allowing them to walk through the empty streets of the city, Aina was still fuming. Though her enraged expression was hidden beneath her mask, Lionel still thought that it would be boundlessly adorable. "There's no need to waste your emotions on them," Lionel said with a chuckle. Still, in thanks for his efforts, he received a glare in return. Aina wasn't wrong to feel this way. Lionel always saw blood when someone poked at Aina, yet now he was telling her to not feel enraged for the vice versa. He was definitely being a hypocrite. Still, Lionel continued to chuckle. He really didn't care about this very much. In fact, he was almost happy it happened. He found this to be much more interesting. He could even see a quicker path toward curing Aina now. How could he not be happy? Seeing that Aina was still upset, though, Lionel sighed. What I did at the end was really the most I could do under those circumstances. Proving my strength or displaying my force crafting ability wouldn't have been as impactful as you think. In the story he painted of me, the Ray Lion guy implicitly acknowledged my prowess. How can someone who is weak kill 3 Hero Peak members and destroy King of Or's faction? What infuriated the people most was my sense of superiority, so how would proving my superiority all the more help me? It would at most be short-term satisfaction that could easily be spun on its head, especially since I had no legal pathway to participate in these matters. Aina bit her lip beneath her mask, knowing that Lionel was correct. Had Lionel been a part of Valiant Hall, things might have been different. In the worst case, he could just battle Hephaestus personally, even though he had apparently underestimated the strength of this vice leader. None of these are reasons to be smiling, Aina finally said. How could I not be smiling? They're about to give me exactly what I want the most. Lionel grinned. Aina looked up toward the side of Lionel's face in confusion. Think about it, Hero Peak has already effectively been the ruler of the peaks for a long time now. They control 20% of the resources just like Valiant Hall does, and no one can challenge their position due to their apparently undefeatable leader. With their strength, they have the power to sway the politics of Valiant Heart Mountain any way they please. And those elders have apparently already decided on Ray Lion being their next head, so they're allowing him to do whatever he wants. Knowing all of this, what else could Hero Peak possibly want? Where is there more power for them to grasp? What could they do to claim more strength for themselves? Aina's eyes narrowed. Weaken the other peaks. Exactly. They don't care to take over Valiant Hall's position. What would that do for them? They already control much of everything without the forced label of having to be neutral. In that case, their goal is to break the balance and weaken their opposition, and the best way to do that is to abolish the peak system entirely. Ana's pupils constricted. Just snatching away more resources for Hero Peak wouldn't work. Raylion would just end up fueling the discontent of the more common talents of Valiant Hall. In that case, he has to snatch those resources away using an above-board manner. In order to stop the laymen from realizing what's happening right under their noses, he'll abolish the peak system, opening up Valiant Heart Mountain. In the old system, Hero Peak would always be capped at 20% of the resources. But, if there is no longer a Hero Peak, it becomes a free-for-all, and suddenly that hard cap becomes much larger. Ana calmed, her irises flickering. He wants a place where the law of the jungle truly rules. Exactly. You don't have enough resources. You must be too weak. Why would you blame others for your own failures? Lionel said in a steady tone. But, why would I fear such an environment? At that moment, Lionel suddenly heard the sound of a sneer. You certainly talk a lot for a freshman without a peak. Chapter 660. Lionel didn't look very surprised when he looked up. There might be an ability out there that could catch his senses off guard. In fact, he had run into one during the freshman trials, but it was clear that this older woman before him didn't have one. Or, maybe she just thought that her previous concealment was good enough. Magneral appeared before the couple silently. Her graying hair was done up in an untidy bun, her appearance being somewhat eccentric. She had thought that Lionel would be shocked by her appearance, but she was quite bitterly disappointed. Little Ana, is this where you've been? You didn't even leave a word behind. Lionel curiously observed Ana. It seemed that these two knew each other. Honestly, Lionel had thought that this was an elder Valiant Heart Mountain might have sent for the sake of trying to appease him. In reality, Lionel wasn't aware of who was in the know about the affairs surrounding him. He hardly knew much about the structure of Valiant Heart Mountain, let alone understanding which elders were considered the highest echelon and which weren't. But, it seemed that he was wrong. This meant one of two things. Either Valiant Heart was no longer afraid of offending him, something that was highly unlikely. Or, the highest echelon weren't aware that he had been dragged into this matter at all. How likely was it that the highest-ranking members of Valiant Heart, existences deep within the fifth dimension, had time to care about prank posters posted about a freshman? They might not even understand who Raylion had been referring to. Elder Magneral, what brings you here? After a small hint of surprise, Ana politely responded just the same way one would expect someone younger to speak to a member of the older generation. How could I not come here and see who my disciple is frolicking about with? You know, the reputation of a young woman is very important. Ana's brow wrinkled. She had felt alright with leaving this woman because she had already learned everything there was to learn from her after engrossing herself in study for almost 2 months. Magneral kept insisting that Ana become her disciple, but Ana's perspective on such things was different from Lionel. Lionel might not care very much about such a title. He had grown up on Earth, so the importance he attached to the word master wasn't very high. In his mind, it wouldn't be much different from having another coach. However, to Ana, who was far deeper into her understanding of this world in comparison to Lionel, she knew the heaviness one placed on such a title. Ana would accept her as a teacher, but a master? Ana didn't think they were fated in such a way. Yet, this woman kept calling her a disciple and was now commenting on her relationship. Lionel wasn't quite sure how to step in, even though his brows were raised at an odd slant. I'll keep Elder Magneral's words in mind. Ana said lightly. Magneral shook her head, feeling Ana pulling further away. Seeing that this wasn't working, she turned her attention toward Lionel. Boy, how did you get involved in these matters? What matters? Lionel blinked. Do you take me for a fool? Even if I wasn't aware before, there's most definitely a grudge between you and Hero Peak. If not, you'd have a screw loose for interfering in that battle at the moment you did. Oh, that? Lionel shrugged. Is having a few grudges with Hero Peak a big deal? Of course it is a big deal. You don't need to pretend, I know you suffered no small defeat thanks to that one attack. If you can't even withstand a single strike from Hephaestus, what makes you think you can take on Raylion? Lionel really wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry at the antics of this old woman. He didn't even know what her purpose here was exactly. He found it difficult to get mad at an old lady who had to strain her head to look up at him just to meet his eyes. Rather than Lionel, it was actually Aina who didn't like Magneral's words very much. Elder Magneral, I think that's enough. The old lady frowned, clearly not liking the tone of Aina's voice. Don't you know that being embroiled in these things will only slow down your speed of improvement? If you have grudges with such powerful students so early on without having the strength to protect yourself, you'll be hampering your own growth. Are you willing to allow yourself to be dragged down? Aina's gaze sparked, but Lionel pulled her back. Thank you for your kind intentions, Elder Magneral. Lionel said with a light smile. Bah, who's your elder? The biggest thank you that you could give me is leaving Aina alone. Lionel smiled and pulled Aina along to walk past Magneral. He seemingly didn't take the words of this old lady to heart. However, Magneral was stunned. She was an elder of Valiant Heart Mountain. Was she really being ignored like this? She was just about to snap with rage again, when she suddenly heard Lionel chuckling about something. I really don't get it. Why do people think I'd be afraid of someone who didn't even dare to say my name? Magneral stood frozen in place, her next shrill comment caught in her throat. As though Lionel's true ability was to see into the future, matters worked out exactly as he had predicted. The peak system was abolished, no longer requiring students to join specific peaks for the sake of using unique resources. Rather, everything now functioned via a merit system. Due to the distrust many had for Valiant Hall, all previously earned merit points were deemed null with the sole exception of those gained via battle missions which had easily verifiable conclusions. With Valiant Hall abolished, a new neutral party was needed to be constructed. But, rather than forming a separate existence, a council was constructed. This council, known as the Valiant Council, would be made of the most senior youths. It was hardly a surprise that the majority of this council was quickly filled with former Hero Peak members, among which was a certain king of Orisariath who had seemingly vanished during the past month. It was while these vast and sweeping changes were occurring that Lionel brought Aina back to Kayla's home, only to find a far gloomier atmosphere than even he was expecting. Chapter 661. Second chapter OTW, Lionel led Aina into the basement. The sudden movement caused everyone to look in his direction simultaneously, their gloominess on full display. Kayla smiled somewhat weakly when she saw Lionel. Realizing that he was holding a girl's small hand, she looked over and gave a polite nod to Aina as well. As for the fact she was wearing a mask. Well, Kayla wore a lab coat everywhere, so who was she to judge? Lionel scanned their faces. He couldn't help but feel a twang of guilt seeing their downcast expressions. The truth was that Lionel wasn't very surprised to find them all here. It was clear and obvious that none of them cared to go to the arena after hearing the bells because they somewhat already knew what would happen. However, what Lionel didn't expect was, "I'm sorry." After a deep breath, Kayla suddenly stood and bowed to everyone. She did so deeply that her forehead almost rebounded against her shins. It would have almost been comical had tears she had been holding back not spilled forth at that very moment. It was obvious to everyone that Kayla was only waiting for everyone to be present for her to give this apology. All her frustration and rage welled up in her eyes, flooding forth. It became obvious very quickly that she had only bowed so low in an attempt to hide the tears she could no longer hold back. "It's all my fault. The moment I saw him, I should have known things wouldn't be so simple and should have pulled us all out. It's my fault, it's all my fault." She felt that she had failed as a leader. She had walked them all right into a trap and wasn't even any wiser. She knew that her former master wasn't such a nice person, and neither were his wives. Each was more evil than the last. To have trusted them was the worst mistake she could have ever made. Kayla's knees buckled, falling to the ground. But, before she could lose balance, a strong arm had already propped her up. Lionel's arm had reached forward at the same time as Rum's, but his speed was much faster. It was easy for Lionel to tell that Rum wouldn't have made it in time. With a subtle wink, Lionel passed Kayla off to Rum. But, the big man was just as depressed as everyone else and hardly noticed this at all. "It's not our fault at all, Kayla." Lisha immediately interjected, rushing up and helping Kayla to wipe her tears. "We'd never blame you for something so sinister. It was clear that we were just unlucky to be targeted." Everyone supported Lisha's words. Even the quiet filly hummed in almost silent acceptance. Lionel sighed. If there was anyone to blame, it would be him. Kayla was a convenient target, not much unlike he was. Lionel had a feeling, though, that regardless of which faction he had chosen to enter, the result would have been the same. Now, not only had their name been dragged through the mud, but all the resources they had poured into their products were considered to have been wasted too. They had no ores left, their merit points were now deemed useless, and even if by some miracle they managed to recover, who would buy from them? Realizing this, even with the comfort of everyone, Kayla couldn't hold back her stream of tears, her shoulders quaking. Years ago, she had left the safety of Valiant Hall because she believed her master wasn't looking out for her. Since then, despite having poor combat prowess as a crafter, she managed to join Brave Peak and claw her way back, gathering a group of friends and setting out to build her own faction. Unfortunately, things like this never went smoothly. Everywhere she went, it seemed that she would run into another roadblock. Whether it was the soaring price of ores, the monopoly on stores, the difficulty in completing a novel design with her lack of knowledge. It was like continuously climbing one mountain after another. Yet, when she finally reached the peak of the last, instead of finding shining sun and colorful rainbows, she found a steep drop into an endless abyss she could never climb back out from. All those years of torture and laborious work didn't break her, but this most definitely did. Aina clenched her fists watching Kayla's breakdown. She didn't know of her story, but she could still feel a shadow of something familiar when she looked at her. It almost felt like Aina was watching a possible ending for herself. The dimensional verse was a cruel world. Hard work didn't necessarily mean you would succeed. The successful like to think that they reached their level simply because they did and sacrificed more. But this was nothing but the rose-tinted glasses of the rich and privileged. Hard work guaranteed you nothing. Sacrifice guaranteed you nothing. For a long while, Lionel stood and said nothing. He crossed his arms across his chest, allowing the group to comfort each other. Watching them support their leader in her time of need made his heart warm, but one wouldn't be able to tell by the look on his face. Lionel emotionlessly watched it all from start to finish as though engraving this moment into his mind. Every tear, every tremble, every sob. He imprinted it all. Eventually, Kayla managed to hiccup her way into a semblance of a steady breath. She felt quite embarrassed by her actions. Her plan was to apologize and then try to prepare a future path for everyone, likely without herself. But, instead of succeeding in this, she had made a bumbling fool of herself. She looked toward Lionel with a hint of shame on her face, but all she saw was a sturdy pillar, standing there as though the world couldn't impact him in the slightest. Lionel suddenly smiled, but somehow, it seemed detached, as though it was a reflex rather than a display of his genuine emotion. "Now that that's out of your system," Lionel said slowly. "Do you want to watch Valiant Heart Mountain dance on the palm of your hands?" Chapter 662. Lionel's words seemed to come with an air of calm around them. Despite the fact he didn't explain any detailed plan, they somehow felt at ease. If others knew of this, they might find it to be quite baffling. Lionel's words effectively amounted to telling them to wait patiently and nothing else, yet they gobbled it up like naive children. But maybe this was just a product of how broken their spirits were. Any small light of hope they could get was enough to calm their hearts. It might have been as the saying went, ignorance was bliss. Maybe by choosing to live in ignorance, they would stave off this pain for just a small bit longer. "Do we really just have to wait?" Kayla asked softly. Her eyes were still puffy from her tears, but she still gathered herself up for long enough to say these words. Unlike the others, she couldn't afford to just accept everything at face value. It was exactly this passiveness that she felt landed them in this situation to begin with. Lionel smiled reassuringly. We just need to wait for the honeymoon period to come to an end. It might take a week, it might take a month. But once we hit that tipping point, it'll be time to make our move. Kayla opened her mouth to respond, but she really didn't know what to say. At this point, she could only take Lionel's words at face value. Then what do we do in the meantime? We don't have any resources and our merit points became useless before we even got a chance to use them. All I managed to buy were some rations to fill up our empty fridge, but I didn't really expect that to last more than a month. In this new system, even something as simple as good had been scratched and clawed for. The so-called rations Kayla bought in the past were only a result of her own quirks. She didn't like spending money, so she often bought dry rations that most only bought for the sake of missions. Most of the time, the group would rather eat at the free lunches given by the freshman quarters or the peaks, but now there would be no such thing. Even the freshmen would begin to starve unless they had the capital to trade large amounts of herb Oregon. Either that, or they'd have to go hunting on their own. Basically all freshman perks had been stripped. The only benefit they had gained was that now they were allowed to travel outside the mountain range on their own without first passing any peak exams. But, that was about as good as telling them that they had the right to go and die now. Thinking of freshmen, Lionel couldn't help but be keenly aware that Radlease was nowhere to be seen at the moment. However, he only spared it a fleeting thought. I sent him away since he was never really one of us to begin with. Kayla said softly as though she could read Lionel's mind. That's not a problem. He might be even more useful when he isn't here. As for food, don't worry about it. I also plan to take no small number of missions quite soon. But as for what you can do now, Lionel flipped his palm, secretly communicating with the segmented cube as he sent out one or vein after another. How about train? Lionel grinned. He might have used up much of Camelot's high-level ores, but Lionel had a city's worth of low-level ores he had yet to use, all of which he got from the Hive during his time with the Slayer Legion. For Lionel's current needs, these low-level ores were too weak to build anything that could be useful to improving his strength. However, his strength wasn't what would need help very soon. I'm going to impart some low-level force arts to you. With your current level of skill, you should be able to grasp them quickly and it should help solidify your foundations. After that, we'll be able to start preparing. But Lisha's twin sister, Madia, couldn't help but speak up in her soft voice. Though she didn't say the words, they hung at the tip of her tongue. Even without her bluntly stating it, everyone else was already aware. Though they were happy to learn new force arts, what good was it when no one would buy from them? Even if someone was willing to take the risk, who would dare to offend the members of Hero Peak? Though the peak system had been dissolved, only the naive believed that they would all be one happy family now. Toward this question, though, Lionel only smiled mysteriously, not explaining further. 3 days later, Lionel left the small abode under the shadow of Brave Peak and headed toward the former location of Valiant Hall. He walked hand in hand with Aina, not caring in the slightest for what looks he might receive. He strolled through the front doors, walking into the hustle and bustle. Compared to when he first entered Valiant Hall, it felt even rowdier. The excitement of the new changes still hadn't quite settled just yet, so everyone was still hopping around with mad joy. A few recognized Lionel and gave him hostile glances, but it wasn't exaggerated enough for everyone to stop what they were doing to look toward him. Without a care, Lionel made his way to the front counter. There were many receptionists manning the long curved desk, but one didn't need to go through them to accomplish their goals. One would only need a receptionist upon handing in a mission. But, as for accepting them, it was a simple matter. Lionel reached forward to open a catalog of missions, only for a large hand to slam onto the cover before he got a chance to open it. Lionel gazed at the hand for a while before his eyes traveled up to the face of its owner. On the end of it, he found a young man with a patchy beard he could probably do with shaving clean. Despite being a head shorter than Lionel, he had the haughtiness of someone twice his height. Is something the matter? Lionel asked calmly. Obviously. You're not welcomed here, Scram. The words immediately drew far more attention than Lionel's silent appearance had. Oh. Lionel raised an eyebrow. And why's that? Did you not hear me? Scram. The sneer of the young man only deepened. Interesting. Before the young man could react, Lionel tapped his identification ring onto his. A small light spread out between the two of them, immediately forming an illusory dueling stage. The only oddity was that this dueling stage was split in half by a receptionist's desk. The words hovered in the air about the two, making their names clearly visible to all who were around. Lionel reached a hand forward and caught the front outline of Halgo's hair. Bang! Halgo found his nose smashing into the catalog, a dizziness he had never experienced before making his sight blurry. Chapter 663. Bang! The first hit left Halgo in a complete daze. But the second made his vision go black. The last thing he felt was a rush of heat to his nose before he collapsed to the ground. As for everyone else, all they saw was a flash of light denoting the start of the duel, only for it to quickly end in a fountain of blood spraying out from Halgo's nose. Yet, not only did the blood not touch Lionel, it didn't even touch the catalog either. By some mysterious force, it shot back, splattering all over the falling Halgo's face. Lionel blinked, looking toward Aina. Is that another cool vampire ability? Aina pouted slightly beneath her mask. I'm not a vampire. Are you sure about that? Lionel grinned. Aina turned away and ignored him. How could she be a vampire? Wasn't she walking around in the sun just fine? Garlic was probably her favorite flavor to add to food. Plus, she never really craved blood, unless you counted that one instance. Lionel was just teasing her. As though the couple couldn't sense all the eyes around them, they bantered as Lionel flipped through the selection of missions. A shame. A while later, Lionel shook his head. Seems we can only take missions allowed for black belts. In that case, Lionel took 10 missions. Truthfully, he wanted to take more despite the penalty and time constraints placed on these missions, but he decided to hold back a bit. Plus, there might just be more to do than just these missions once he stepped out. Let's take these 10, they have relatively good rewards. Once we accumulate enough, it'll be easier to promote to white belt and open up more avenues for us. Don't you think it would be easier if we prioritized being promoted first? Aina wasn't exactly wrong. Nibbling at these easy missions was a good way to waste time. There were a lot of things about the changes to the rules that benefited them. For example, the duel Lionel just initiated. This duel had always been a part of Valiant Heart Mountain's culture, but now it was even more important and prominent. In the past, it was only used to clear up grudges and essentially sanction battles that occurred within Valiant City. That way, one wouldn't be accused of breaking the rules like Lionel had been on his first day here. But now, thanks to the rule changes, it had essentially become a court system, not much unlike the Valiant Hall meeting that was called just 3 days ago, except on a smaller scale. Now, it wasn't just for settling grudges, but could be used to battle for resources, decide contracts, and many other similar things. In fact, the only rule policing these duels was that those of higher belts couldn't challenge their younger class men. However, while this was a benefit, there were still many other hindrances. Black belts, while receiving these protections, were also restricted in many ways. There were certain kinds of resources that black belts couldn't touch, certain establishments within the city they couldn't enter, and, as seen here, certain missions they couldn't choose. In Aina's opinion, it would make more sense to raise their status first even if things might get a little bit prickly for a moment. Lionel smiled. No rush. Alright, you keep being mysterious. I can be mysterious too. Aina said these words without much oddity in her tone, but she seemed to be hinting at something that made Lionel freeze. Wait, what is that supposed to mean? Aina gazed up at Lionel as they began to walk toward the exit together. I don't know. What does it mean? She replied. At that moment, the little mink hopped out from the segmented cube, nuzzling up against Aina. Letting go of Lionel's hand, Aina began to play with the little guy. Yes, yes. We don't need him, right? He can go act mysterious by himself. Aina smiled sweetly beneath her mask, stroking little Blackstar's glossy fur. The little mink nodded in agreement. Yip. Yip. Lionel opened his mouth to say something, but he already felt as though he had been checkmated. All right. You win. Lionel laughed. Being a black belt is restrictive, but it's also freeing too. There are quite a few loopholes in their new laws as well. The fact that higher-ranked belts can't challenge lower-ranked ones is just the first. For example, black belts might not be able to own or mines or stores or even form factions of their own. But they likewise don't have to report what they gain on missions or pay taxes on their resources. You're planning on causing trouble again, aren't you? Aina shook her head. Me? Trouble? Never. You said 3 days ago that we couldn't solve things with violence. Yet, what was the first thing you did when you ran into a roadblock today? Lionel coughed. Extenuating circumstances. Aina giggled, ignoring Lionel's shamelessness. Just as the couple were chatting and laughing, they had made their way to the exit of the former Valiant Hall. They didn't seem to notice that most of the attention was still focused on them at all. They might as well have been in their own world. It was then, though, that a small group of 5 happened to be walking in their direction. Completely focused on Aina, Lionel's senses only noted that these people were there, but he didn't really care to identify them. That was until he noticed that they had come to a stop before them, all of their auras locked onto him simultaneously. Lionel finally looked up only to find a face that he recognized immediately. In fact, he recognized multiple. There was the jagged-toothed Cormus, the giant sword-wielding Ardrin, and even Nigmir, who seemed to have recovered quite well from a spear in the chest. As for the last 2, though, Lionel didn't recognize them at all. One was a young lady with fiery red hair that seemed to be accented with highlights of blackness. But it was the second that caught Lionel's attention the most. His eyes were dangerous. It didn't take Lionel much to understand who this person was. It was none other than the King of Ors, Seriath. Lionel's smiling expression gave way to a coldness, a heavy air forcing the surroundings into silence. Chapter 664. Seriath had a tall stature, being just 2 or 3 inches short of Lionel. From his exposed torso, he didn't seem to be very muscular. In fact, compared to the others Lionel constantly ran into, he could be considered to be average at best in terms of physique. Other than being somewhat lean, he didn't have any other standout qualities. However, it wasn't his physical stature that made those around him feel uncomfortable. It was most definitely the look in his eyes. Meeting his gaze felt like locking onto a venomous snake. He seemed capable of peering through everything, his intuition and sharpness reaching a level that most couldn't hope to ever even touch. Seriath was very used to people looking away when they saw his gaze for the first time. Even if they recovered later, that first instance would leave a mark on their soul. However, to his surprise, Lionel didn't seem to be one of these individuals. In fact, he locked onto Seriath as though he was a beast who had finally found his prey. The flood that was Lionel's aura made it feel as though the gravity in the surroundings had grown by a factor of 10. Hardly anyone dared to breathe too heavily, scared to gain the ire of this beast. I received word that there's been a disturbance here. Seriath suddenly spoke, far more quickly than anyone expected him to. Others would have assumed that this standoff would last much longer, but Seriath was far too cunning for this. Seeing that he had lost to Lionel in momentum, he immediately shifted tactics. Care to elaborate? Disturbance? I didn't see any. Lionel said plainly. Seriath didn't seem surprised by this response. He continued to speak unhurriedly. Are you aware that lying to a member of the Valiant Council is considered to be an act of rebellion? I'm well aware of all your little rules. Lionel replied. Unfortunately, though, disturbance isn't clearly defined within your bylaws. So, I can only interpret your question to the best of my ability. If, though, what you meant was to ask if a battle had occurred, then the answer is yes. But, this was a sanctioned battle recognized by Valiant Heart. Sereth's gaze narrowed. Oh. In that case, it seems that I've made this trip for nothing. Indeed. Lionel nodded, moving to walk by Sereth. But, you also seem to have a habit of doing exactly that, no? Sereth didn't react much to these words, but Nigmar's forehead vein bulged. It seemed like he wanted to attack any moment now. How could he not tell that Lionel was referring to the matters of that day? In fact, it felt as though he was publicly mocking them. Back then, not only did Sereth come too late to do much of anything, for the sake of the bigger picture, he also had to swallow his pride and wait patiently for all the matters to be concluded. It was precisely because of Sereth that their plot went so smoothly, and it was also because of this his path toward the Blue Belt was so easy and why he had a place reserved for himself on the Valiant Council despite being the youngest member. Now, they could only watch as Lionel's back receded further and further away. King, we should have taught that brat a lesson. We could have easily come up with any number of fake charges if we wanted to. Unable to hold back his anger, after Lionel had left, Nigmir couldn't help but growl this out in a low tone. But, what he received in return was a smack to the back of the head. This smack wasn't from Sereth, but rather the red-headed beauty beside him, Anlin. Don't say such stupid things again. Aelin warned. Nigmir bit his teeth. Why? If it wasn't because he knew that this woman was Sereth's closest confidant, he would have most definitely lashed out by now. Use your head. Why is it that that brat was effectively accused of killing 10 students, a crime punishable by death, yet is still able to walk and strut about? Nigmir froze. Now you want to use your head? Do you really think that Raylion didn't say his name because he disdained to? That was just a convenient excuse. The real reason he didn't say that kid's name is because it's obvious that the elders are hiding a secret about him that they haven't told any of us. Not saying his name is akin to leaving us a way out should anything go wrong in the future. As long as matters stay like this and everything remains above board, things can be dismissed as matters between kids. But, the moment you start bending rules to suit your needs, it becomes bigger than that. Rules are agreed upon by the upper echelon. If they're ignored, it can be argued that it's by tacit agreement of the elders. In that case, this matter will blow up. He can be suppressed, he can be bullied and even somewhat humiliated, but don't take things too far until we learn of what his background really is. Nigmir clenched his jaw so tightly that his gums almost bled. Are you trying to tell me that we should just let him strut about as he pleases because he comes from a powerful family? Are you a child? Anlin snapped. That's exactly what I'm saying. The world isn't fair. You better put that murderous intent of yours away. It's not like you can defeat him anyway. The only reason Raylion pitted himself against this Lionel so firmly was to force the elders to choose. He sees himself as the future of Valiant Heart Mountain and can't allow the elders to be swayed by the potential of outside support. None of that means that he's willing to become enemies with such a family. If you want to seek death, do it yourself. This arena we're playing in right now is a duel between those two. Read some history books if you want to find out what happens to those who stick their noses into the battle between two lions. Sereth didn't say a word from start to finish. But, his gaze told a completely different tale outside his expressionless visage. Two lions, huh? Aren't their corpses devoured by the hyena in the end regardless? Chapter 665. You aren't going to do any work? Aina sent a glance back toward Lionel, standing over a beast corpse. As opposed to Earth, which was mostly water, the world Valiant Heart Mountain resided on was mostly land. This not only made water an extremely valuable resource, but it also made controlling ownership of land just as difficult. One would think that the reason Valiant Heart Mountain was set up at its current location was because of the 7 peaks acting as a great protective barrier. But the truth was that this was only a secondary condition. The main reason that location was chosen was due to the floating islands. Namely, the waterfall phenomenon on said floating islands. With the Valiant Heart world being over 90% land, and with the remaining 10% of water being mostly salt, it was no surprise that such freshwater sources were incredibly valuable. This was all to say that many of the missions Valiant Heart handed out in exchange for merit points were population control missions. Of course, not population control for people, but rather, beasts. One would think that with such a low supply of water, the population of beasts would also suffer, and this line of thinking wouldn't be wrong. However, before one could reach that saturation level, Valiant Heart Mountain would likely be overrun. As one might expect, then, all of the missions Lionel chose were targeted toward these matters. And, since they were freshman missions, all the beasts were also quite weak and easy to deal with. In fact, Lionel felt that the beasts that had stored the regular tags from the freshman exam were actually more powerful than their current targets, let alone the golden tag beasts. The result was Lionel watching Aina do all the work while he supposedly laid back. It was no wonder she was complaining. Lionel grinned from atop a tree. "I can't enjoy watching my girlfriend fight. Your battle tactics are too mesmerizing." Aina blushed beneath her mask, but unfortunately for Lionel, he couldn't see it. Instead, all he received was a scathing reply. "You have that sort of fetish?" Aina blinked innocently, but there was very clearly a judgy light in her eyes. Lionel looked from Aina, toward the massive axe in her hand, and then back. Thinking about how she manhandled the beast previously, he coughed. How had he gotten himself painted into such a corner? James once told him about a sex position called reverse missionary where the female did all the pumping. Lionel remembered thinking that it was absolutely ridiculous. What kind of man allowed such a thing? But now he was being painted out to be that man. He really couldn't afford to get into a war of words with this girlfriend of his. How was he always on the losing end? Lionel coughed. A fetish for petite beauties? Of course. Aina burst into a fit of laughter. Hiding her own kinks while teasing Lionel for his? Would she be a good girlfriend if she didn't do at least that? Truthfully, I'm trying to model your fighting style. Lionel hopped down from the tree. With swift movements, he cut the right paw of the massive bear off and placed it into his spatial ring. As for the rest of it, he gazed at Aina. Do you think it would make good meat? Aina took a quick look before shaking her head no. With that, the two quickly left the area, needing 7 more right paws to finish their quota. What do you mean by modeling? Aina followed after Lionel. With his senses, it was basically like a compass that always led them to the next target quickly and safely. She had no reason not to trust him. I'm working on a new ability. If it works out, it will allow me to quickly complete a prediction model for an opponent after a few exchanges in battle. But, coming up with the perfect parameters is a bit difficult. Not many would understand what Lionel was saying, but considering Aina had been in Class A alongside Lionel, she of course understood. Sounds like the weather problem. Aina commented offhandedly. Predicting the weather had been the bane of all meteorologists on Earth for centuries. One would think that after the turn of the 25th century, it would be easier. But, ironically, no. In fact, the Ascension Empire had an easier time forcing certain weather patterns through their terraforming technology as opposed to guessing it with 100% accuracy. The so-called weather problem Aina mentioned was actually one the pair learned about in one of their many philosophy classes. Ironically, it had very little to do with the field of meteorology. In the schooling system of the Ascension Empire, that you thought was far less important than how you thought. The weather problem essentially emphasized the importance of taking hold of the future in your own hands and not being passive. Who cared if you couldn't predict the weather if you could cause the weather? The instant Aina said those words, Lionel's feet came to a grinding halt. His actions were so abrupt that Aina, who had been running diagonally to him, crashed into the side of his shoulder and spun like a top. But, before she could fall, Lionel caught her waist and rose her into the air as though she was a baby rather than a full-grown woman. "You're a genius." Lionel happily laughed, bringing Aina down into a strong hug. I can't breathe." Sorry. Lionel grinned wildly. He would have planted a kiss on this girl had she not been wearing her mask. That was right. Creating a perfect predictive model was a tall task. It would probably require as perfect an understanding as he had for the spear for every weapon in existence, not to mention a myriad of other factors. Even if Lionel slowly built a model mid-battle, how many exchanges would it take? Would it even be worth it? Would he be defeated before the model even finished? Or would he defeat his opponent long before, thus making his efforts useless? But this could work. Just as Lionel was about to answer to Aina's questioning gaze, his head snapped in a certain direction. A powerful howl reached their ears, followed by the screams of humans. Chapter 666. Lionel and Aina locked gazes for a moment before simultaneously jetting off in the same direction. Aina couldn't help but look toward Lionel with a hint of surprise. "When'd you get so fast?" Lionel turned toward Aina and winked. Leaping off the ground, he shot into the trees like a swallow, the faint image of an illusory pair of wings appearing to his back. Aina shook her head. "Show off." Aina's body was instantly wrapped in a thick crimson fog. Her thighs bulged to a one-size increase, causing her body to catapult forward. The couple almost instantly made it to the source of the sound. But they weren't foolish. Rather than instantly jumping into the fray, they both hid in the trees, watching what was happening below with furrowed brows. The beast could only be described as grotesque. It stalked forward on 4 legs, its jagged teeth dripping saliva that stunk of rotting flesh. It was 2.5 meters in length, not including its tail, which seemed to have had a chunk bitten out of it. Its body was covered in patchy, mustard yellow fur with a sprinkle of black spots. Somehow, though it was clearly a 4-legged creature, its upper half was far bulkier, manifesting itself in a large hunched back that bulged with muscles that could make one's scalp tingle. The creature's claws were about the only clean thing about it. They were so polished and sharp that dirt, grime, and blood couldn't seem to get any hold on them. They almost seemed completely out of place. Though the creature's looks weren't great and it was even missing an eye, its strength was undeniable. As though its bones were formed of heavy steel, its every step made the ground quake. The rippling of its muscles bulged with energy, carrying a strength that could snap even these ancient trees, tempered in a 5th-dimensional world, right in half. Lionel could immediately tell that this creature had the strength of someone at Tier 6 at the very least, and that was only if he considered its lack of intelligence. Objectively, it had the strength equivalent to someone at Tier 7. If it wasn't for the situation, Lionel would suck in a cold breath. What kind of monster was this? And what the hell was it doing here? What made it even more baffling was that the screams from below were from black belts just like them. In fact, Lionel recognized 2 among them, Irelana and the massive Inkith. Along with Radlease, Balthorn, and of course, his lovely Aina, these 2 were supposed to be the cream of the crop of this freshman batch. And, as expected, they didn't disappoint, joining a peak not even a few days after entering Valiant Heart. Due to this, Lionel hadn't seen them since that fateful day. The last time he interacted with them, they tried to draw a line between him and them so as not to offend their seniors. But Lionel didn't mind this very much. After all, they didn't owe him anything. He didn't expect everyone to be as stupid as he was. Now, though, he was in a bit of a dilemma. A fight against a beast with Tier 7 strength most definitely wouldn't be easy. Just as Lionel was fighting against his own morality, he found Aina looking at him with a blazing gaze. Within it, he saw excitement and anticipation, as well as a slight pleading. Lionel knew Aina well. She wasn't begging to save these people. In this regard, she was far more cold-blooded than he was. Rather, she wanted to battle. Lionel grinned. "All right. Let's do it." Yip. Yip. Sit tight, little black star. Yip. Yip. Yes, yes. I know you want to fight too. But I want to test something. Aina shot out of the tree that instant, leaving deep footprints in its bark. She fell like a speeding bullet, her palm flipping over to reveal an axe shimmering of gold and red as she landed heavily on the ground between the group and the creature. Lionel stood, his expression turning a jarring cold as a bow appeared in his hands. His breathing grew steady, his heartbeat slowing to a crawl. Every blade of grass seemed to be reflected in his mind. The speed of the wind, the humidity, the shade of the trees and the rays of the sunlight, all of it was perfectly formulated. The group of freshmen below were stunned. At first they were happy beyond measure, but when they noticed the black belt around Aina's waist, they fell into despair once again. Run! One of them yelled. It might have been nice had these words been targeted for Aina, but they very clearly weren't. The words had hardly left his lips before he turned tail. The only thing he wanted was for Aina to last just a few more seconds than the last person did before getting ripped apart. Maybe then he would be able to escape. Lionel's senses locked onto this person, but soon he wasn't the only one running. A group of what was at least 7 only had 3 left in the blink of an eye. Lionel couldn't be bothered to care anymore. This was the world of the dimensional verse. Over time, he was getting more and more used to it. Aina faced the creature as it ripped into the corpse of a freshman, one of its paws anchoring the carcass down as it used its sharp teeth to rip into the poor kid's chest. Sensing Aina, it looked up, its one eye turning hostile instantly. Lionel stood within the tree, his breathing relaxed as Aina brandished her axe. Dream model. Lionel's gaze flashed, his dream force churning as the 3 stars of his ethereal glabella began to rotate faster and faster. Lionel knocked 3 arrows, releasing them all at once as Aina charged. One whizzed a centimeter from her earlobe. The second deflected slightly off the neckwear that hung from her shoulders. The last shot just beneath her elbow as she raised her axe. If anyone was looking on from afar, it would seem as though Lionel was trying his best to kill Aina and she just so happened to subtly move enough to dodge all his attempts. Chapter 667. As much as Aina trusted Lionel, the feeling of whipping wind slicing so close to her body couldn't help but make her freeze for a moment. It wasn't like Lionel had never supported her from the rear like this before. In fact, this was their favorite battle style whenever they fought together. The main issue was that usually Lionel's arrows would be half a foot from her at the closest. He had never towed the line like this before. Luckily, Lionel had already accounted for the chance of Aina freezing. His arrows tore past her, 2 curving toward the snout of the prowling creature and the last shooting for its last remaining eye. Distracted by the arrows, the creature couldn't take advantage of Aina's lapse, immediately finding itself targeted in some of its most sensitive regions. Pung! 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 The creature reacted quickly, swiping its paw and knocking down all 3 arrows at once. Trust me. Lionel's voice drifted to Aina's ears. Aina had already begun to move, her axe descending from the skies with a valiant strength. Lionel's gaze flickered, several simulations layering in his mind at once. After his training, Lionel was able to split his mind into 27 ways. Originally, Lionel had been planning to rely on this to complete Dream Model. By now, Lionel was able to simulate matters of the 3rd dimension with a probability infinitely close to 100%. Even when it came to matters of the 4th dimension, he had a better than 90% accuracy. The issue came in that 90% was not good enough in battle. It worked fine when Lionel had time to complete thousands upon thousands of simulations for the sake of his crafts. But in battle, if he tried to do such a thing, he would be asking for death. At best, in battle, he would be able to use his 27 minds to complete 27 simulations in a split second. This was nowhere near enough with such a low accuracy rate. As if this wasn't bad enough, the accuracy of Lionel's simulations in a controlled environment versus one with endless variables varied wildly. It was one thing to simulate the creation of a craft in a laboratory with no outside influences, but how could it be just as easy to map out the simulation of a living, breathing being? When Lionel ran into this roadblock, he was enlightened during his time of intimacy with Aina. Rather than trying to have the perfect parameters already formed pre-battle, why not build them in the midst of battle? This would give him far more flexibility, and it would also take far less stamina. However, it was then that Lionel was met with yet another stone wall. Lionel became like a machine, his arrows raining down in an endless avalanche. Every time, they would narrowly slide past Aina, almost making it seem as though she was spontaneously dodging every time. Lionel's gaze grew fiercer and fiercer, his fire rate increasing. Pung! 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 Having long since tapped in the Four Seasons realm, Lionel's endless barrage filled the surroundings with a biting cold. It felt as though a relentless hail was falling. The combination of both he and Aina made the creature constantly backtrack, its steely body becoming peppered with terrible wounds. This is it, Aina had brought enlightenment to Lionel. In battle, why should he be the one to wait for the opponent to react? Wouldn't that constantly put him in a passive state? The weather was so difficult to predict because even the smallest changes in variables could lead to large sweeping changes. However, who cared if you could control it as you pleased? In battle, Lionel wasn't the only one that needed to counter. His opponent needed to counter as well. Just like he was trying to see through his enemy's movements, so was his enemy trying to see through his own. In that case, rather than wasting time trying to guess every possible reaction his opponent might have, why not force him to the point only a few reactions were even possible? If an enemy felt a strike coming for their head, they might be able to dodge and counter quickly. But, if that same strike was coming for their knee, would it be just as easy? Most would have to block in that situation, thus delaying their counter. The only exceptions would be someone with a special ability that allowed them to circumvent this. But in that case, Lionel would only have to tweak the model. Model complete. Within Lionel's dream world, a lifelike construction of the creature appeared. It was as though he had dream sculpted a living, breathing beast. However, there was a difference between this construct and the real one. This dream model had pulsing red points dotted across its body almost like a location tracker. In the real world, Lionel's aura reached its peak. He grasped at air, pulling out 2 arrows from nothing. He held one between his pinky and ring finger, knocking the other one and releasing it in swift motions. Without pausing, he knocked the second, flipping it between his fingers as though it was a pen rather than a lethal weapon. The 2 arrows flew in a completely straight line, headed directly for the back of Aina's head. One would think that Lionel surely had murderous intentions. But, in that instant, Aina's weight suddenly shifted. Aina's hips dropped. Swinging her axe to a side, she gathered up momentum, feeling the arrows was by her. Within Lionel's dream world, 27 creatures faced 27 Ainas and 54 arrows. In that moment, the images all overlapped, all pointing toward a single future. Caught off guard by the sudden attack from a blind spot, the creature could react before its only good remaining eye was pierced through. Before it could even cry in agony, the second arrow arrived right behind it, tearing the butt of the first arrow in 2. The creature felt the 2 arrows spreading its eye and brain matter apart. A horrified howl finally released along with the rotting stench of its breath. But, there was no recourse as Aina's axe swung down. As though by coincidence, the large blade fell over the creature's wounded eye, splitting its head into a third and a 2/3 piece. Chapter 668. Lionel jumped down from the tree, landing heavily on the ground beside Aina. "Not bad," he said with a grin. What he received in response, though, was an elbow to the side. "Were you trying to get me killed?" Lionel smiled sheepishly. "Of course not, how could I bear to hurt you?" Yip! Yip! Little Blackstar landed on Lionel's head, knocking him a few times on the head. It seemed this little guy would never take his side again. Lionel really didn't know who his true partner was. Was her chest really so comfortable? The moment he had this thought, Lionel grew absent-minded before he nodded. Maybe it wasn't so shocking after all. Alright, fair enough. You win. At least give me an inch next time. Aina rolled her eyes, feeling that Lionel was thinking of something lewd. Lionel laughed. Nope. I understand my precious girlfriend's combat style the best. You're the only one I can do this with. How can I not take advantage? Aina was speechless. She was precious. So precious that you didn't mind almost killing her? Aina shook her head. If it was anyone else, she might refuse to the end. But since it was Lionel, well, she knew that he would never harm her. Maybe to Lionel, the barely half-centimeter of breathing room he gave her was already him being overly cautious. If he really didn't care about her life, he might leave her small cuts with his every arrow to be the most efficient. Though Aina only had this thought fleetingly, she had no idea how true it really was. To Lionel, that half a centimeter had no difference from a meter or more. Fine. Get to dissecting then. Aina spoke. Huh? Lionel blinked. This beast has some useful pieces. Lionel's expression changed. Sniffing the air and confirming that the rotting smell was indeed coming from this vile creature, his face warped. Are you sure? You're not just saying that to spite me, right? Aina didn't even respond to Lionel. Rather, she looked back toward the three who still couldn't believe what they had seen. Though her expression instantly turned cold when she saw them, she still felt that they were better than the four of their teammates who ran. Inketh and Irelana, along with a third Lionel didn't recognize, were still in shock about what they had just seen. Were these two really freshmen? The third individual might have been wearing a black belt, but they had already been in Valiant Heart for more than 2 years. But they had never seen such a thing before. 2 freshmen defeating a Tier 7 beast. Was this a joke? Thank you. Inketh was the first to step forward and display his gratitude. In truth, he was a bit embarrassed. Most of his team had run away, while he, himself, hadn't dared to help. Though he was sure that he would have only gotten in the way had he tried, it still didn't feel too good. He had come to this place with such high aspirations and thought he wouldn't ever have to fear anything as long as he had his 2 fists. Everything was supposed to be smooth sailing. Yet, the moment he got here, he met roadblock after roadblock. First he failed to join Hero Peak, that honor going to the girl before him now. Then he barely passed the exam for Honor Peak, leading to a whole host of injuries he couldn't afford to cure. This eventually led to him falling behind and not getting a chance to take advantage of any resources. By the time he had slowly healed, the rules of the organization were flipped on their head. Now, even as a freshman, he had to leave and complete endless missions before he could even think of training in exchange for merit points. Now, he was seeing Lionel, the very man who he had looked down on before, casually dissect a beast he couldn't dream of beating. From his kneeling position, Lionel waved an arm toward their thank you. No problem, don't worry about it. We're fellow freshmen anyway. Inketh looked back toward his teammates, not knowing what to say to this. As for Aina, she remained completely silent. Do you need the whole thing? Lionel suddenly asked. Not the whole thing. Just its kidneys. Aina replied. All right. Lionel learned his lesson from last time. This time, he wore his crafting gloves so as not to get dirty. If others knew he was using such a treasure in this fashion, it would likely start riots. But, since they had no other use for him now that he crafted bare-handed, he didn't really care much. Oh, this skeleton is pretty good. Lionel's brows raised. He had guessed that the creature definitely had a heavy frame, but he didn't really expect its whole skeleton to actually be made of metal. The best part was that it was Tier 7 to Tier 8 in sturdiness despite not having any other special abilities. Lionel smiled, making sure not to breathe as he stripped the whole beast bare of flesh. He realized during this battle that his arrows were far too fragile. He could definitely use this skeleton to form some powerful arrowheads. Ah! At that moment, the third of the group, the very one of the freshmen Lionel didn't recognize, suddenly covered his mouth in shock. Lionel's head snapped around, but he frowned when he realized there weren't any other enemies around. Now that he thought about it, how could anyone possibly sense an enemy before he did? He raised an eyebrow, his gaze landing on the young man. Is something wrong? Th. That. The young man felt his knees going weak. That's a silver-clawed Titan hyena. Lionel blinked. And? If it was poisonous, Aina would have already warned him long before this young man said anything. The lip of the freshman quivered, realizing that no one understood how important this matter was. It was only then he realized that these people had hardly been here for 2 months. Chapter 669. We need to run. Now. The Titan hyena is the favored mount of the Oryx tribe. You don't understand how rare it is for this species to have a complete skeleton of metal. Originally, I didn't think much of it. Titan hyenas with incomplete skeletons are still rare, but it wouldn't be impossible to run into. But, one with a complete skeleton is a completely different story. The full metal skeleton genes are all recessive alleles. If even one is missing, the Titan hyena will have an incomplete skeleton. There's no way the Oryx tribe would mistakenly let such a purebred Titan hyena loose without reason. The freshman was so agitated that he spoke out everything in a single breath. Lionel frowned. This Oryx tribe. It wasn't the first time he had heard of them. During Raylion's speech, many of the worst sins toward the end involved the mention of this tribe. But, that was about all Lionel knew. He wasn't aware of anything else about them. A recessive allele wasn't complicated, at least not on Earth. There were only 2 types Lionel was aware of. The dominant allele and the recessive allele. When a baby is conceived, it will receive one allele from each parent for every gene expression it might need in the future. A dominant allele only needed one of itself present to manifest. A recessive allele, however, would need both from both parents. This essentially meant that for the Titan hyena to have a full skeleton, both of its parents would have to also share this trait. Well, that was as long as genes were expressed in the same way across worlds, something that Lionel wasn't exactly sure of. For all he knew, the process was more complicated than this for Titan hyenas. Technically, if things worked like they did on Earth, 2 parents who each had one dominant allele and one recessive allele could still come together to produce a child with 2 recessive alleles. But, from the words of the freshman, it seemed that the Titan hyena needed multiple sets of recessive alleles for multiple gene expressions rather than just one. In that case, the luck that would be involved for the spontaneous creation of a perfect Titan hyena would be astronomical. It was no wonder this freshman was panicking. In all likelihood, a member of the Oryx tribe was definitely nearby. Or, at the very least, they were scouting in preparation for a mission and just never expected that there would be anyone in this region who was capable of taking down such a beast. Thinking it through, the likelihood of it being the latter was incredibly high. This was a region where freshmen were deployed for population control missions. Logically, there shouldn't be danger on this level here. Lionel's gaze sharpened. What an interesting opportunity. Seems Lady Luck is on my side. Lionel looked toward Aina, their gazes seeming to have come to a tacit understanding. It seemed that things were getting interesting. Lionel stood from his kneeling position by the Titan hyena's corpse, taking out a spear with a long blade. It was a weapon those of Valiant Heart Mountain would drool over, yet he seemed to always use it to dissect corpses now. With swift movements of his wrist, Lionel sliced all the flesh off. If it wasn't for the sparse droplets of blood that still remained on the corpse, one would have never guessed that the skeleton had ever been attached to any flesh at all. Have you run into other teams in this region? Lionel asked, putting the skeleton away. Yes, there should be quite a few. Irelana replied. Ever since freshmen began to need merit points to train, this has been one of the most popular regions, Lionel nodded. He had been focused on Aina and finding their next target, so Lionel had functionally ignored everything else. We're going to need to start getting everyone to retreat. Is there some sort of signal you all learned? Lionel was aware that until just recently, only freshmen who had joined peaks were allowed to leave the mountain. Logically, there would probably be some life-saving measures Valiant Hall taught to decrease the casualty rate. We have flares, but they only call for help, Irelana explained. Hearing this, Lionel shook his head. He only needed to remember the reaction of those 4 who ran away to know how that would go. Even if he lit the flare under the guise that they needed help just to attract everyone over, who knew how many would come? Plus, wouldn't the signal flare also alert the Oryx tribe? The Oryx and their Titan hyenas only see in infrared and the warmer colors of visual light. They basically only see in reds and everything else blends into it. The color of the flare was chosen to easily blend into their vision and fuse with everything else. Even if we shoot it, unless the Oryx are specifically looking for it, they won't notice. Lionel paused. Considering this was likely a plot by the Oryx, it was still possible that they'd be looking out for such a flare. But, this was better than nothing. Let's do it. Light up the first flare. Wait. Wait. I can't run any further. Deep within the thick forest, a group of 4 gasped for breath. You would think that as fourth-dimensional entities they would be able to run for much longer. But, no matter what strength level you were at, going all out was going all out. Plus, this was a 5th-dimensional world. The fact they could even stand in this place without falling to their knees was a testament to their talent. It's not chasing us, is it? I think we got far enough away. The others. The 3 looked toward the one who had spoke these words before looking toward each other. A hint of guilt in their eyes. Eventually, a young man amongst them steeled his resolve. Staying would have only gotten us killed. We didn't have the strength to be of any help. What good would it have done to throw our lives away? The 3 felt somewhat better hearing this. Right. Wasn't it better that some of them survived? Would there even be a point to sacrificing themselves? What a joke. Did you guys hear that? Hear what? A slight tremor shook the ground. The 4 froze, looking in a certain direction. The trees seemed to bend out of the way, the foliage snapping and flattening under the presence of this humanoid. At first, all they saw was a simple shadow. The ground trembled once again. But, this time, it made their knees quake. The vibrations traveled through their feet, reverberating throughout their chests. What the 4 saw next was a sight they would never forget in their lives. Though, for how long said lives would last for beyond this period? Maybe that was something they knew well wouldn't be long. The figure could barely be considered to be humanoid. Its frame was incredibly wide and its legs were inverted at the knees and covered in coarse black fur. The digitigrade legs of the figure ended in bestial feet with curling sharp claws that dug deeply into the ground. The torso of the humanoid was bare, but it bulged of muscles that seemed constructed from steel cords. Its individual muscle fibers were so clear from every minute movement that it looked as though it was flexing as hard as it could constantly. But, the reality was very far from this. Even with the height of the humanoid being almost 3 meters, the eyes of the 4 weren't drawn to its fur-covered legs, or its steely torso. Rather, they couldn't take their eyes off of its face. 2 tusks so long they nearly pierced into its chest hung from its mouth. Its horns were thick and rounded almost like a sheep's, but it radiated with a light that made it look like polished steel. The humanoid had 3 eyes. 2 placed normally and a third running a vertical slit between its brows. Each was a furious shade of red that made it look as though they had been dyed in blood. Crisscrossing scars danced across the humanoid's body, its vision expressionless as it locked gazes with the 4 before it. Ori. Oryx tribe, the 4 stuttered. But, the humanoid walked by them as though it had seen and sensed nothing. If they hadn't been so racked with fear, they would have noticed that within the eyes of the Oryx, there was an absent-minded, one-track thought that had taken over its mind. The 4 stood frozen. The stench coming from the Oryx was so palpable that it made their eyes water. Yet, they didn't dare to move from start to finish, even as the Oryx disappeared into the distance. The 4 held their breaths even long after the Oryx had disappeared, not daring to move a single inch. Minutes later, their heartbeats began to return to normal. Had they really survived? They looked toward each other with excitement and happiness before their expressions immediately became one of horror. Shying. Not a single one of them got the chance to speak another word. Their bodies were sliced and diced apart, their remains being minced into such fine paste that they appeared like a crimson fog. Their last thoughts were filled with grievances. Not a single one of them seemed to understand how it is they had died. Not a single one of them had noticed the massive crimson halberd on the oryx's back move. Chapter 670. Hold on. Lionel stopped Irolana just as she was about to release the flare. Hand the flare to me. Irolana was confused but nodded in the end. Lionel rolled the flare in his palm, scanning it from top to bottom. Let's move. Lionel said, gazing at the Titan hyena's corpse. The group quickly complied as Lionel continued to observe the flare. If the oryx could only see in red, that would be fine. But, according to Irolana and the others, they could also see infrared. This was a problem for two reasons. For one, they'd be on a time crunch. Things would be fine as long as the sun was still in the sky. But, once it set, the oryx would gain a decisive advantage. During the day, the oryx's red sight would interfere with tracking somewhat. But, at night, an oryx might be able to pick out a human through hundreds of meters worth of foliage just based off their body heat. The second issue was tied to this issue of heat. The signal flares Lionel was aware of were essentially controlled bursts of combustion. Even if it was masked with color, it might be an issue. Oh, so it's not the same. It works with a light prism or. In that case, Lionel's fingers began to move at a blistering pace, leaving blurs in their wake. In the blink of an eye, he deconstructed the signal flare and put it back together. Little black star. Yip. Yip. The little mink hopped down from Lionel's head and snatched the newly made signal flare. He vanished into thin air before suddenly appearing 100 meters up a thick tree. Quickly reaching the outer edges of the canopy, the little mink hid his body within the foliage and raised the signal flare up, his little paws swiping at the triggering mechanism. A muffled pop rang out. But the dull nature of the sound was nothing compared to the tall light that suddenly pierced into the sky. It looked as though a laser had shot into the skies, only to be swallowed by the clouds above. The most shocking part, though, was the fact it didn't disappear. It hung there like a beacon even long after the little mink hopped back down. A blue flare? Irolana was shocked. She found it hard to still call that pillar of light a flare. At most, it should have lasted 2 or 3 seconds. In addition, the color shot should have been red to blend in with the shades of red the oryx saw in. What was going on? I don't know enough about the oryx to guess what shades they see in. Don't you think it's much easier then to just copy the sky's color? In that case, no matter what shade they see in, it will blend in no matter what. Lionel explained offhandedly, but he had already brought out the Titan hyena skeleton. Little Tolly sprung into action, rapidly helping Lionel form arrow tip after arrow tip. Lionel didn't seem to have any idea that his simple explanation had fried the minds of the freshmen who followed him. They looked up into the skies, only now realizing that after taking their eyes off of the beacon for a moment, it took them a moment to find it again, and that was despite knowing that it was there. For anyone who knew how light prism type ores worked, even a subtle tweak could result in a completely different color. It was easy to hone in on a large group like red or blue, but to nail down a specific shade required accuracy on the order of a fraction of a degree. How Lionel had accomplished this without measuring tools or even a proper working environment was completely beyond them. Is it really alright to make it so difficult to find? Inkith couldn't help but ask. At the moment, the three felt like lost sheep. They absent-mindedly followed Lionel without even knowing why. Maybe it was because all of his actions seemed so confident, but they couldn't really explain why themselves. Due to this, they had missed an obvious flaw. If it was so subtle even for them, was this really conducive to gathering more people? How many would actually recognize the signal for help? Not only had Lionel changed the usual color, he had changed its usual function and even made it difficult to spot. Lionel shook his head. Things will be even better this way. Even if only a few come, that's even better. Soon, we'll be setting out to find them, so even if they don't, it won't be a big deal. The pupils of the three constricted. Could it be that Lionel only casually did this so that they wouldn't be too idle while he completed his craft? Hold on, he was crafting. Watching the liquid metal run through Lionel's hand with such deftness left them in a state of shock. Aina shook her head watching Lionel, a light smile on her face. It's more than that. She supplemented, clearly realizing that Lionel was focused on forming these arrows as quickly as possible. The fact that the flare isn't normal will help us. The first thing people will think when they see it isn't that someone is asking for help. If they thought that, very few if any would come, and some might even run in the opposite direction. The three blushed furiously when they heard this, still embarrassed about the actions of their teammates. But, if it's like this, it will make people curious instead. They might even think that there's a hidden treasure here and that they were the only ones sharp enough to spot it. That will make many more come than what you might expect. Aina had hardly finished her words when the shuffling of grass and the soft words of a few groups reached their ears. It had hardly been 10 minutes and the first few had already come. Chapter 671. Huh. The first group was stunned to find that there was already a group standing in the small clearing. They immediately put their guards up, thinking that they would have to fight for the treasure before they could even lay eyes on it. However, that was when a second and a third group appeared. The tense atmosphere only grew worse. Lionel looked up. When a few saw his face, they were quite shocked. While it was a toss-up whether or not a senior would recognize Lionel's face, freshmen, especially those who had yet to join a peak before the rule changes, were a completely different story. After all, because of Lionel, many of them hadn't gotten a good night's rest for weeks. If they didn't know him, they'd be way too ignorant. The freshmen's gazes flickered with some hints of confusion and hesitancy. Unlike the seniors of Valiant Heart, they hadn't been here for long enough to understand a lot of the rage around Lionel. They simply followed the flow in most cases. Those of them that looked down on Lionel were just going along with the crowd. But while it was easy to do this when amongst their own friends and their private groups, when faced with the man himself, especially when his fingers were working on the corpse of a massive Titan hyena, they suddenly couldn't find the words to say. Moose. Lionel spoke. Explain the situation to them, you understand it all far better than I do. Ah. Yes. Moose, the third freshman amongst Irelana and Inkith, began to explain things from the very beginning. As he began, Lionel put up a small silencing barrier that only allowed sound in but not out and handed the dictionary to Aina. As his fingers worked, he began to pepper the dictionary with questions about the Oryx tribe. He realized that knowledge was power a long time ago. The fact he knew nothing about the Oryx could come back to bite him very soon. Lionel wasn't arrogant enough to believe that he could take on whoever the Oryx tribe had sent. Whoever they dared to send so deep into Valiant Hall Mountains territory was definitely extraordinarily skilled. Beyond that, who said that there was just one? Lionel had a feel that this matter was far larger than he knew. So it's like this. Lionel's eyes narrowed, his fingers never stopping. By now, he had already formed over 100 arrowheads. He split one mind toward thinking of what force arts were best suited toward it, focused another on the discussion between Moose and the others, another was trained on his surroundings, and the last focused on the words of the dictionary. The more he learned about the Oryx, the more he was intrigued. It seemed that he had finally met a non-human humanoid race. Lionel quickly summarized what he had learned. The Oryx were the original race on this world. It wasn't until later that Valiant Heart was established. This was quite rare for this quadrant. No, for this entire galaxy. The Milky Way was a galaxy of humans. The population of other races and species was quite low unless one counted beasts. But even then, the beasts one could find here were decidedly less mystical than one could find in other galaxies. The Oryx were known for their superior strength, their 3 eyes, and especially the metal skeleton. The uniqueness of this world in being 90% land allowed the birth of certain special ores that triggered the evolution of the Oryx down this path. When coming to this point, Lionel couldn't help but wonder if the Morales family evolved in this way as well. He couldn't help but draw comparisons even though the Oryx were still definitely inferior in this regard. What intrigued Lionel even more than this, though, were the eyes of the Oryx. According to the dictionary, that was one line of their evolution that was rapidly progressing with each generation. Apparently there was a special term for this. The dictionary knew it as hyper-evolution. Hyper-evolution appeared rarely in the history of a species. It allowed the process of evolution that usually took billions to trillions of years to complete to have massive leaps every generation. Hyper-evolution usually targeted a single trait and allowed it to progress quickly. But, obviously, it wasn't helping the Oryx see a wider range of colors, so what was it building up to? Lionel shook his head. Even the dictionary couldn't predict the future, and neither could he, so there was no use in wasting time speculating. If a species entered a state of hyper-evolution, they would either rise to the top in one shot or fall to the wastes of history. As a non-human species, the Oryx most definitely had a tall mountain to climb, especially since most hyper-evolutions ended in failure. Is this why they're suddenly making such large movements? Lionel's gaze narrowed, dispelling the soundproof barrier around him. All of you should know about how dangerous the Oryx tribe is. We've suffered at their hands too many times despite their populations being a mere fraction of our own. A fraction? Lionel frowned. During hyper-evolution, fertility is also increased for a period of time. But, even the dictionary can't tell me how long they've been in hyper-evolution for. It's too loose a concept. Are you trying to tell us to trust you all? Let's say the Oryx tribe is making such a big move so deep in our territory. Who are we supposed to follow exactly? Him. The young man who spoke was called Senior Lu despite also being a black belt freshman. Maybe he was emboldened by the respect his juniors gave him, but he pointed toward Lionel whose hands were still moving like striking lightning. At that moment, the group had already grown to almost 30 and more were still arriving. Having finished going through the entire skeleton, Lionel whipped out his quill and began to write at a blazing pace. But, his actions left Senior Lu feeling stifled. Lionel continued to work, his eyes locked onto this Senior Lu. Regaining his composure after realizing the Lionel didn't dare to do anything to him here without fear of losing the support of the crowd, Senior Lu continued to speak. I'm not one to cast judgment, but I'm sure many of you were there that day when Senior Raylion gave his speech. If we follow this man, won't we just end up like cannon fodder to fuel his escape? Remember, he is the one who called us here. He needs our help. Why should we risk ourselves for the benefit of his safety? I've seen this play out way too many times. If he wants our trust despite his terrible reputation, he needs to prove himself. He should be taking up the most dangerous tasks and heading the vanguard, or else won't he just be using us? Chapter 672. When Moose, Irelana and Inkith heard these words, they couldn't help but panic. Even if they hadn't seen Lionel's strength today, they had still heard about what happened between him and Jerson. To take out a Valiant Hall white belt in just 2 exchanges. There wasn't a single person here who could replicate that feat. No, that wasn't true. There was one other. But, she just so happened to be his girlfriend. They could only say that this Senior Lu was far too bold. Was he really not afraid of death? What Senior Lu had misunderstood was Lionel's reason for calling them all here and bringing them together. In his mind, Lionel was afraid of the Oryx and thus needed their help. Even if Lionel was enraged into leaving this group, who cared? The group had already been brought together. Would one more or one less Lionel make a massive difference? They could then look after each other's backs. This was the way of the world. Even if 2 people needed each other, the person who asked for help first would always be on the losing end while the other would have all the leverage. As long as he understood Lionel's weakness, Senior Lu felt that manipulating this situation and finding opportunities to protect his own life would be easier. Sure. I'll take the vanguard. Lionel's response stunned even Senior Lu, let alone Irelana, Inketh and Moose. I'm the strongest, isn't being the vanguard obvious? Lionel's brow rose. Though his expression was quite neutral aside from the change in his eyebrow, it still made others feel like he was looking at Lu as though he was an idiot. However, Lionel's words made the freshmen feel as though their whole worlds were being flipped upside down. The strongest taking the vanguard? It sounded so obvious, but why was it that they had all simply expected Lionel to refute this? When had they ever come across a senior who didn't try to take advantage of their position? When had they ever run across someone stronger than them who didn't also treat them lesser than? The strongest taking the vanguard. That was a concept they had simply never heard before. A general who leads men from the back isn't a general. Lionel said offhandedly, his right hand flicking about quicker as he completed the last of his force arts. The freshmen stared at Lionel in a state of speechlessness. A hushed silence fell over the group. Aina smiled as she looked at Lionel's side profile. He's so bad. With a final flicker, Lionel placed the final batch of arrows into his spatial ring. Taking out his bow, he strapped it to his back and smiled toward the crowd. Our goal is simple, it's only to return to the mountain pass. If there really are a troop of oryx here, it's unlikely that they'll dare to travel so closely. The freshmen looked toward each other. By now, the crowd had grown to over 50. Yet, not a single one of them wasn't paying attention. Even Senior Lu felt as though there was a frog in his throat. Between here and the mountain pass there is about a 50-kilometer distance. Usually, we could cross this in just an hour or two, but I have a feeling that things won't be so easy this time around. The presence of the oryx will most definitely cause a change in the habits of the beasts around here. If not yet, then very soon. Previously, the oryx were trying to keep a low profile. But, it likely already knows that its titan hyena companion has died and will deduce that it can no longer keep itself hidden. If the oryx is only here for reconnaissance, then this is good news. In that case, we should make it back without any obstacle, and I'm being overly cautious. However, if their goal is to probe Valiant Heart's bottom line, then things won't end peacefully. We need to be ready to battle. Aina. Aina stepped forward and flipped her palm. Soon, long and narrow boxes began to appear, each housing what looked like 3 small spheres which were barely a quarter the size of a palm. These should be able to save your life at a crucial moment. Unfortunately, I don't have enough to give everyone more than 3. But, a single one should be able to take out a tier 4 beast and below. The eyes of the freshmen lit up when they heard this, while Lionel's internal smile only grew wider. Raylion had made many mistakes that day, each of which Lionel planned on picking on and tearing apart one by one. But, one of his biggest of them was in just how vague he had been when listing Lionel's crimes. Even when he mentioned Lionel's faulty crafts, he never explained what those crafts were, what they looked like or what they did. Not many would instantly connect the treasures Lionel had handed out to the matters Raylion spoke of that day precisely because he had been so vague. Lionel wondered how Raylion would react when the very crafts he deemed to be faulty works were suddenly in hot demand. The best part was that this stock didn't even have to be replenished by Lionel anytime soon. He had had this in his spatial ring for a long time already. And, by having Aina hand them out, a person who was still wearing Hero Peak's emblem, they were even less likely to make the connection. Yip! Yip! Little Blackstar suddenly appeared to Lionel's side again, having disappeared at some unknown time. Done? Lionel whispered. Yip! Yip! Lionel nodded. To everyone else, it looked as though he was only rewarding Little Blackstar with a pat on the head. By this point, Aina had finished handing everything out. All right everyone, it's time to set out. Lionel took a deep breath, his demeanor shifting. At that moment, several howls suddenly reverberated across the forest. Whatever excitement the freshmen had had at that point was doused all the way through. Silence fell again, the trees swaying beneath a hollow wind. Lionel's expression grew serious. Chapter 673. An arrow whizzed by, arching between two thick tree branches and splitting the skull of a prowling jaguar. The beast didn't even get a chance to roar out in pain before it collapsed, falling from its high perch and landing with a heavy thud on the forest floor. Lionel rubbed his fingers, a tingling sensation making him very much aware that the arrow had been shot by him. Ever since his body entered the fourth dimension, he hadn't needed to worry about slicing his fingers on his own bowstring again. But that didn't stop the thin, almost metallic string from digging into him. "There's a lot more than I thought there'd be," the freshmen separated out into teams to Lionel's back. If they tried to move forward in a swarm through this forest, they'd be asking to suffer. Instead, Lionel and Aina took the vanguard as promised. As for the others, they split into the team they had originally come with, forming up groups of 5 to 7 as they slowly followed. By now, the group had run into several beasts, more than enough for them to realize that something was wrong. The populations shouldn't have been this dense. Only Lionel seemed to be aware of what was happening, as he had already warned them that this would occur. The oryx gave off a very strong odor. To humans, this was no different from any other foul smell, and many would choose to just hold their nose as opposed to analyzing what was wrong. But the truth was different from this. The foul smell that came off the oryx was an evolutionary quirk to scare off competition. Back when the oryx were a much weaker race, they relied on this to carve out their territory and keep themselves protected. However, over time, this smell became more potent. It was even to the point that the most talented of the oryx tended to have the most foul smells, which helped them to gain the favor of mates. As a result, the effect of the oryx's smell grew even more exaggerated. It was even capable of sending beasts into a frenzy from fear. The influx of beasts now wasn't because the oryx could control beasts, but rather because these beasts were running away from the oryx. Even with Lionel's senses leading the vanguard of the group, allowing them to dodge the most populated regions, they still ran into so many. Lionel had taken down the most beasts, but the other groups were fighting as well. Unfortunately, things weren't so convenient for all the beasts to come down toward them from just a single area. Still, Lionel's constant support had long since won the favor of many of the freshmen. Even after over half an hour, though they were still over 45 kilometers from their destination, not a single person had died yet. As the group moved along slowly and cautiously, they ran into other groups. Assimilating these groups wasn't as difficult as it had been to convince the first. This was simply human nature. It was far easier for others to accept something when many others already had. Aina walked silently by Lionel's side, brandishing her axe with both hands. In a thick forest, such a weapon should have been cumbersome, yet Aina didn't seem to have any problems with it at all. Aside from the two of them, Moose, Ironala and Inkith followed closely behind. Since most of their team had been wiped out, it was difficult for them to split out alone with just the three of them. As such, Lionel allowed them to join up with them. The three remained on high alert, not wanting to be burdens. But, it felt like every time they sensed something, Lionel would have long since acted. Even the more stealthy of beasts couldn't avoid Lionel's detection. They had a feeling that Lionel found these beasts long before. It was just that he only acted when the best opportunity presented itself. The atmosphere is too tense, Lionel thought to himself. But, he wasn't sure how to alleviate it. The group walked forward in silence, the slight rustling of leaves being about the only thing one could hear. The sun was still high in the sky, though obstructed by the thick canopies. One would think that it was the dead of night considering the atmosphere. Maybe that was a part of the issue, though. With their pace, it would be impossible to make it to the mountain pass before night fell. And, even if they tried to speed up, they would only be asking to get killed. Little Blackstar already finished throwing the Oryx tribe members off our trail, if there is more than one. But, I'm not sure how long that will last, so there's no point in telling them this to get them to relax. Maybe this tense state is the best for them. They would be more likely to be alert. Lionel had sent Little Blackstar back to spread the blood and guts of the Titan hyena in a different direction, hoping to fool the Oryx. With their love of scents, it was no surprise that they were also quite sensitive to them. So, Lionel felt it would work. After a quick dip in the cleansing waters, Blackstar didn't even have any lingering smells on him. But Lionel couldn't help but wonder if it really was enough. At that moment, Lionel's pupils constricted. Holding a hand up, he brought the group to a stop. Everyone strained their ears, trying to sense what Lionel had. Some of them with better senses grasped onto the faint sounds of battle. In fact, it sounded as though there was a large group fighting. The group slowly moved forward as Lionel stretched his senses to their limits. He had to decide if they should attack or change course, but what he saw made him frown. Reflected in his internal sight, he saw the outline of a familiar silhouette. It was none other than the busty Balthorn. At that moment, her fleshly underboob was still just as prominent even as she fought amidst a group of more than a dozen at that very moment. Aside from her right-hand lady, Henoran, she was unsurprisingly still surrounded by a flock of men. Some of these men were cowering, but others among them were still boldly trying to gain Balthorn's favor by battling valiantly. However, there were two matters that made Lionel pause. The first was an eyebrow raiser, but the second was something that made his own pupils constrict. The former was the fact that amongst the dozen, there was a man whose white belt was very prominent. It was clear that this senior had come here for the sake of either protecting or impressing Balthorn, likely even both. The latter though almost made Lionel sigh with helplessness. The creature they were battling was yet another Titan hyena. And, since Lionel knew what to look for this time, he didn't need to cut it open to know it also had a full skeleton. That confirmed it for Lionel. The likelihood that there was more than one oryx in this forest just skyrocketed. Chapter 674. Lionel brought the group to a stop again, his senses continuing to be focused on the battle ahead. They were no more than 200 meters or so between them. But, through the thick forest, it was impossible to spot them with the naked eye from the distance. It was no surprise, then, that the group of about a dozen had yet to notice their appearance as well. Lionel steadied his breathing, slowly pulling out a silver-tipped arrow. Compared to the arrows he had been using, this one was easily twice as thick and several times heavier. Its tip was split into 4 serrated edges, a look alone that made one want to have nothing to do with such a vicious killing instrument. If one looked closely, it was possible to see a faint energy coating the arrow tip. But, one who wasn't especially sensitive wouldn't notice it at all. With a calm inhalation, Lionel knocked his bowstring and pulled it back. He stood on the forest floor, aiming toward what looked like nothing but endless trees, his eyes filled with a cold calculating light. Beads of sweat fell down Balthorn's delicate brow. After hours of battle, her long black hair had long since been soaked through, clinging to her forehead and even parts of her collarbone. Around her, what looked like silver spheres hung around. Every so often, she would make a gesture with her slender hands, causing these spheres to shoot forward and smash into the limbs of the Titan hyena. It was hard to tell if this was a telekinetic ability or something more complex. But, at this moment, the men and singular woman that surrounded her were most definitely not thinking about this. To this point, they had already lost several members of their team. If it wasn't for the combination attacks of Balthorn and the White Belt Senior, Jalise, far more would have fallen. This sounded like a glass-half-full type of approach, which was good. After all, it was always better to remain optimistic in this kind of situation. But, it took a turn for the worse when one realized that their group of just over a dozen had been double this size not long ago. Jalise held the Titan hyena down with the help of others, his spear rotating quickly with his every attack. But, even with how haughty he was, he had to admit that had it not been for Balthorn's odd ability, he would have fallen several times already. Jalise and 3 others struck forward at the same time, their blades all aiming for the snout of the Titan hyena. Their blades almost reached their target at the same time, but Jalise's eyes flashed at the last instant. In a hardly perceptible action, he slowed by a measure. The Titan hyena roared, swiping a strong paw across and snapping 3 weapons at once. Its foul breath hung in the air as it lunged, plunging both sets of claws into the shoulders of another. The Titan hyena ripped downward, tearing the freshman into 6 strips. Jalise was the first to retreat, his spear tip having been spared. At that moment, Belthorn reacted, sending several silver balls smashing into the torso of the Titan hyena. With it having jumped into the air, it didn't even have the chance to dodge. The Titan hyena was launched back, deep dents appearing in its side. Any other creature would have been entirely crippled. But Belthorn and the others had been through this once before. The flesh of the Titan hyena might have deformed, causing terrible bruises, but its bones were just fine. The Titan hyena latched onto a thick tree to stabilize itself, its eyes filled with fury as it locked onto Belthorn for the third time in this battle already. Bang! The Titan hyena launched itself forward, causing the tree it had just been on to partially snap and begin swaying from side to side. Form up! Jalise roared. He took a protective stance before Belthorn. Or, rather, it seemed like he had. Before Jalise would take any sort of protective measures, the Titan hyena had soared over its head. It seemed that Jalise had miscalculated the flight trajectory of the beast. Belthorn's eyes widened, watching the massive mustard-yellow furred beast falling down toward her. Biting her teeth, she mobilized what remained of her floating silver spheres. In order to launch her previous attack, she had flung the previous 5 outside of her 10-meter range of control. Usually, Jalise would find a way to throw them back to her, but he had already been retreating before he could this time. Now, she only had one left, the one she had left behind for emergencies. But, just this singular sphere wouldn't be able to toss the beast away like those 5 before had. She needed time to accelerate her spheres to reach that level of power. But, this foul beast was already falling toward her. Even if she by some miracle managed to kill this Titan hyena, this wouldn't change. There was no way her body could survive the collapse of a beast so heavy onto it. Henoran stood beside Belthorn, seemingly not knowing what to do either. Damn it! Protect her! Jalise roared. At that moment, Henoran's eyes narrowed. Belthorn roared, her final sphere shooting up. Her face was drained of all color, clearly having been overtaken by fear. If anything, her final roar was less about her confidence and much more about gathering up the courage she needed to do anything at all. The silver sphere shot upward, but it was off target. Belthorn had aimed for the beast's chest. In such a situation, aiming for the largest target was best, and it would hopefully give her better leverage to throw the beast off course. But, in her agitation, she missed, aiming too high and causing the sphere to smash against the bared fangs of the Titan hyena. A splutter of bone and broken teeth flew, sending the sphere spinning off in another direction. The Titan hyena roared in pain, but as expected, its downward trajectory didn't change. In fact, it was now even more infuriated. It was exactly then that a sharp whistling sound filled their ears. It was as though someone was blowing the flute right next to them all, intent on making them all go deaf. Shoo! Chapter 675. A blinding silver light tore through the forest. It curved in an elegant arc, snaking past the thick trunk of several ancient trees as though a god had personally come down and drawn a line through the forest. It appeared amidst the fighting group in an instant. The number who even noticed its appearance were too few. But by the end, everyone saw the result. Pung! Pchoo! It was as though some mysterious force had ripped the Titan out of the air. The arrow was far too fast to spot. To an outside observer, it really did seem like an invisible force had torn it away from its original flight path. Bang! The Titan hyena smashed against a tree in the distance, its body hanging limply as though a stuffed animal. It hung pinned to the thick tree, its eyes steadily growing vacant amidst its whimpers. At that moment, there wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked by the sudden change. Belthorn, who thought her life was forfeit, brought a hand to her chest, her heart beating so erratically that it sent ripples throughout her ample breasts. Jalise was maybe the most stunned outside of Belthorn. That Titan hyena was a bit weaker than the one Lionel and Aina battled previously, capping out at tier 6 in strength. But, it still wasn't something they were able to casually face. Not long after his surprise faded, it was filled with rage. What fool did this? Does he not know the consequences of killing a silver-clawed titan hyena? Jay-Lise clenched his fists. Fuck. The smell. I need to leave this place quickly. Jay-Lise hesitated, gritting his teeth. Though he couldn't defeat the titan hyena, he hadn't been looking to in the first place. From the very beginning, he was looking for a covert way to slip away without exposing himself. He was a sly man. Even if there was a small chance things would come back to bite him, he wouldn't take the risk. If not for fear that these brats would survive, he would have run away more blatantly. It turned out that he was right to be cautious. Had he run away, this bastard would have still interfered in the end. By then, his name would have been dragged through the mud. Still, calmly analyzing the situation, Jay-Lise realized that whoever this bowman was, he was an expert marksman. That strike only carried the strength of a Tier 5 existence going all out. In fact, it might have been just Tier 4 while infinitely close to Tier 5. But, this person's marksmanship, not to mention the quality of their arrows, made up for this weakness. The instant the arrow shot through the titan hyena's eye, Jay-Lise sensed that its brain had been turned into minced meat. Jay-Lise had a sensory ability as well. It was just that his family's lineage factor also gave him a strong body, so he wielded the spear to make use of it. But, he was much more fond of using his ability. There's more than one of them. Jay-Lise took a deep breath, turning toward a certain direction. At that moment, Lionel and Aina, followed by Irelana, Moose, and Inkith entered the small clearing. Seeing Lionel, and especially noting the bow in his hand, Balthorn's eyes lit up with surprise. However, not long later, everyone was shocked because there were actually more than 50 individuals following behind them. Lionel looked at the carnage. He felt a bit of guilt looking toward the freshman who had been sliced into 6, but had he acted too soon, things wouldn't have ended so simply. Things became more and more complex the more people he had to take care of. With that came many more variables. That said, Lionel turned his attention toward Jay-Lise, ignoring Balthorn. At that moment, Jay-Lise felt as though he was being locked onto by a beast. Even the stare of the titan hyena hadn't nearly been this uncomfortable. According to Lionel's original simulation, the 3 freshmen plus Jay-Lise would have struck at the snout of the titan hyena. Following this, the titan hyena would chase after Jay-Lise since he was the strongest, and Lionel would then shoot at the perfect time to save him. Yet, Jay-Lise pulled back at the last moment, which eventually led to a death Lionel couldn't stop because he had to recalculate everything at that instant. If Jay-Lise hadn't pulled back, they wouldn't have suffered any more deaths in the slightest. How could Lionel not be infuriated? But at this moment, Lionel knew that it was impossible to convey this matter properly. Jay-Lise's actions were so subtle and well calculated that Lionel was sure that he was the only one who noticed the change at all. If Lionel tried to call him out now, the fragile trust he had built to now would crumble. He would come off as a man who wanted to get rid of a potential rival rather than someone indignant, rightly so, about the death of a fellow student. Controlling his emotions, Lionel pulled his gaze from Jay-Lise and scanned everyone else. His look hadn't lasted more than a split second. But, for a sensory type like Jay-Lise, it felt like an eternity. I'm sure you all are aware of what's happening by now. The Oryx seemed to be making a move and could be coming down at us any time now. As Lionel spoke, he had already walked to the pinned corpse, stripping it clean. He doused the tree bark and surroundings in cleansing waters, then sent little Blackstar off with the remains again. Well, follow you. Balthorn spoke before Lionel could even ask. Lionel nodded. All right. We're still about 40 kilometers away, so let's work together. Balthorn was the reason so many of these freshmen had come together in the first place, so it wasn't much of a surprise that they all agreed. The only one who was hesitant was Jay-Lise. Unlike Lionel, he didn't seem intent on being the vanguard in the slightest. At this moment, he just wanted to look out for himself. In the end, though, he decided to follow along. As much as he trusted his senses, he knew he wasn't infallible. In the case, wouldn't it be more convenient to escape if there were others blocking the way? Jalise made his decision. An unknown distance away, a familiar large humanoid figure reached thick, dirty fingers forward. The oryx's nails looked as though they had been bitten down to size before being caked in the foulest dirt. However, a moment later, the oryx's fingers were coated in a thick crimson. It looked around, but soon realized it had come to the end of the trail. It seemed that he had been following a false path. The oryx stood to his full height, wiping the line of crimson across his chest. He rose his nose to the sky, taking a deep whiff. But after a while, he couldn't seem to sense anything. In the end, he looked into the sky, watching the sun that was slowly setting. This didn't matter much. Once night descended, they wouldn't be able to escape anyway. Chapter 676. Back on Earth, the matters of the war were only just beginning to be settled. It was no surprise that even after the death of the puppet master, Terrain was still able to put up a great fight. After all, they still had Anared's father, City Lord Kiafur, and the mighty City Lord Black. However, a great fight was all they were capable of. After Anared's death, much of the hope had already crumbled. His existence was simply too important to the core plans of Terrain. Now that he was gone, even if they did win, it held no merit. With their pitiful talent, holding on to Earth until they could begin to birth fifth-generation children who could take over for them was nothing more than a pipe dream. In the end, the city lords of Terrain all committed suicide in hopes that the innocent citizens they had brought along would be spared. Maybe then, in some small way, Terrain would become a part of Earth and live on in another form. Not unexpectedly, Camelot became among the greatest contributors of the war. Their sudden appearance after the second fall of White City had turned the battle for the capital on its head. In thanks to them, the desperate last struggles of the cities didn't cause many waves at all. The war finally came to a close and a time of reform began. However, this didn't mean that every place on Earth was experiencing this kind of peace. You knew. Didn't you? James stood before his father, his fists clenched. He tried his best to keep his expression even, but he had never been as good as Lionel at doing this no matter how hard he tried to copy his former best friend. James simply wasn't that kind of person. He wasn't good at hiding his emotions and often wore them out openly. It was precisely because of this that he called Lionel a hypocrite that day, not just any hypocrite, but a psychopath as well. Of all the people who knew Lionel, maybe other than his own father, James knew him best. He knew more than enough to know that the charisma that seemed to be the foundation of Lionel's personality was nothing more than a thin veneer hiding his true depths. But that didn't change the fact that James had always seen Lionel as his best friend. Yet now, the pressure from his father had split them apart. How could he choose between his best friend and his family? But this was exactly the choice his father forced him to make more and more frequently nowadays. Did I know what? James' father responded without even looking up from his documents. Hearing such words, James snapped. You told me to go to Conrad's family and tell them that it was Lionel and not Aina Brazinger who killed their trash of a son. I'm asking you if you knew that Lionel was a prince back then. James' voice came out in a roar. He had never raised his voice against his father before, but right now, he felt as though his world was spinning. By now, who on earth didn't know of Lionel's true identity? Let alone his name, even his picture had been broadcasted through the skies. If James didn't know by now, how much of a fool would he be? James' father paused, looking up. His gaze was sharp, seemingly drilling holes into his son with each passing second. At that moment, James seemed to realize that he had actually yelled at his father. An uncontrollable fear hooked into him, causing his knees to tremble and collapse under him. He sat on the floor, staring at the tiles before him with a blank look. His father hadn't even said a word, but he still felt all his willpower collapse in the blink of an eye. James' father looked back toward his document, not saying a word to his collapsed son for a long while. Yet, James himself didn't dare to move. I can only say that it's a shame about the Siegfried family. They were the only ones not present when the Emperor revealed his connection with Lionel that day, so it presented a great opportunity. I can only say that it's unfortunate. James shivered. So that really was what it was. His father wanted to use the Siegfried's family's ignorance to target Lionel, believing that all the Emperor's nonsense about going out to kill his grandson was just nonsense. Was there really a grandfather who wouldn't take action when their grandson was killed? One only needed to look at what happened to those Shield Cross Stars members to understand. Setbacks like this are an inevitable part of aspiring for lofty ideals. If not for this, wouldn't everyone succeed? James' father rose. Soon, Earth will be opening up diplomatic channels. The worlds whose people got wrapped up in this war due to Terrain's abrupt action will use this as an excuse to reach their fingers toward this place. When this happens, the nobles have decided to send you youth out to experience the world, and there are a few organizations you can choose from. James' father paused, looking toward his kneeling son. Your ability underwent a great evolution after Earth evolved, correct? James' lip trembled, but he couldn't seem to form any words. Good, then. His father continued without a care. You'll go with the others and train yourself properly. This is an age of war and expansion. I don't believe that this most recent Code Black will be the last. We took great advantage of it this time, but we have yet to reclaim the former glory of the Bennett family. Soon, though. Our time will come. Across worlds and through several folds of reality, Lionel had no idea that such a talk was occurring between James and his father, nor did he know that many were about to set out to the wider galaxy, not much unlike he and Aina had. However, even if he did know, he would be hard-pressed to spare it any attention at this point. The sun in the sky seemed to be sinking faster and faster, the usually quiet surroundings filled with the labored breathing of the freshman Lionel was dragging along. There were still more than 35 kilometers that separated them and the mountain pass. Chapter 677. Lionel's breathing held steady. Ever since his magic and body became interconnected, it wasn't just his speed that gained a great boost, but also his recoverability. This was only to be expected. After all, his light elemental force had awakened its healing branch, and now it was one with his body. Even though his current healing branch was almost like a glass cannon, providing one massive heal in exchange for months of dormancy, it had gained a somewhat passive state as well thanks to Camelot's magic system. The only shame was that Lionel had been so busy recently that he hadn't had the time to research more of this magic system. He felt that he definitely had to find this time in the future. Lionel had already simulated the best path for him, and he felt that was fusing his magic and spearmanship into one. As things stood now, he always either used one or the other, but that was almost like crippling himself. He would definitely have to do some more experiments. It'll be night soon. Lionel sighed. Nearer to dusk, the pace of the group had slowed considerably. This wasn't just due to the poor lighting, but also because of Lionel's orders. In the afternoon, they had focused on speed, killing every beast they came across while dodging large dens. However, when the lights began to dim, Lionel became more cautious. Every time a beast was killed, they would go out of their way to clean the scene and move the corpse elsewhere to throw the oryx off course. In fact, Lionel had even gotten a few freshmen with ice abilities to chill the corpses ahead of time as well, so they would be even more difficult for the oryx to find. All of this caution led to their pace slowing down even further. Though many understood why Lionel had chosen to do this, there were other anxious individuals who would have much rather focused on their speed. If they had, they might have already been halfway there and just another 4 or 5 hours away. But Lionel had chosen to take the opposite approach, something Jalise was greatly unsatisfied with. Logically, this was the best approach to limit casualties and help the most people survive. But why should he care about the survival of some mere freshman? The darker the skies grew, the more antsy Jalise became. He really began weighing his options for whether he should split off on his own or not. What he was more surprised about, though, was that he had already tried to sway the group's opinion earlier in the day. He had thought that with his white belt status, many would listen to him. And in truth, a few did. Among them, there was no surprise that the silent senior Lu had also taken his side. But, to their surprise, the vast majority still took Lionel's side. They weren't fools. If they could come to valiant heart, they definitely had some intelligence of their own. Though Lionel's approach was a bit overly cautious, there was nothing fundamentally wrong with it. Like this, Jay Li's small stint at rebellion had fallen flat. He looked toward Lionel's back at that moment, only to find that the latter didn't seem to be paying attention to him in the slightest. He didn't seem to realize that Lionel's internal sight was observing every single one of his actions from start to finish. But how could he? As far as Jay Li knew, internal sight was easily detectable. When had he ever run into one as subtly controlled as Lionel's? I guess it's about time, Lionel thought. Alright, everyone. There should be a mind network up ahead. As long as we have metals interfering with their sight, it will be even more difficult for the Oryx to find us. We can hide away here until the morning. When Lionel's voice silently reached all their ears, everyone perked up. So it seemed that Lionel really did have a plan. This was great. Of course, if they all knew that the mind network Lionel was speaking of was one from the map he had memorized on the day he launched an attack at the ores market. Who knew how they would react? Aina looked toward Lionel's side profile. He's getting more and more bad every day. Her lip couldn't help but curl. This had been Lionel's plan from the beginning. He knew they couldn't make it, so he had laid a map of their progress atop of a map of Sariath's mind network within his dream world. Then, he picked out a suitable location they would reach just before the sun officially set. Soon, the group found a small rock field. Sparse grass sputtered through every so often, but the minor 20 or so meter wide space were mostly made of grays. Near its center, a cave mouth hung open, dipping into the ground quite quickly. But, what was especially eye-catching was the fact that there were 4 white-belted seniors playing a game of cards by the cave entrance. The 4 sat at a table together, taking swings of what looked like liquor and happily laughing amongst themselves. It was clear that they had no idea of the looming threat hanging over their heads. At that moment, the 4 suddenly went on high alert, their eyes widening when they saw a group that now numbered over 100 walking toward them. Had they really been so out of it? How had they not sensed these people approaching? Of course, they had no idea that Lionel had set up several sound blockades around the large group. Who are you? This is the territory of King of Or's faction. Turn away unless you want trouble. The moment the 4 saw that this was nothing more than a group of freshmen, they relaxed. When had the fresh meat become so trash? They completed such simple missions in groups of 100 now? How pathetic could they get? Lionel's lip inwardly curled. Well, isn't this just perfect? Ray Lion had no idea that Lionel's trap was slowly closing in on him. Clearing his throat, Lionel stepped forward. Respected seniors, we're here to ask for shelter. Our group has run into evidence of Oryx activity. It's too dangerous to stay in the forest after the sun sets. We only want to hide within the mines until morning comes. Lionel's expression looked sincere, but he already knew what the response to him would be. Come on, King of Or's faction. Don't disappoint me now. Chapter 678. The 4 seniors were stunned when they heard Lionel's words. Mention of the Oryx was guaranteed to cause such a reaction. After all, there were very few who could reach White Belt without having heard at least one horrific story about that race of people. It was safe to say that they wanted absolutely nothing to do with this matter. After the initial surprise, though, one of them frowned. What proof do you have of this? Why haven't we heard anything? The question made sense. After all, they were about 35 or so kilometers from the mountain pass. That region had a strong concentration of Valiant Heart Mountain elites, so it was relatively safe. In fact, it was due to this that Oryx tribe attacks so close to the heart of their organization were so rare. They usually wouldn't dare travel this close. Though the scuffles at the border between their territories was growing by the day, normally those were trouble only blue belts and above had to deal with. Even white belts like them weren't even qualified to worry about those matters. So, how could they so easily believe Lionel's words? Now that they thought about it, they felt ridiculous for the way they acted and were even somewhat embarrassed. Lionel hesitated when he heard these words. Proof? He didn't have any. He had turned the skeleton of both Titan hyenas into hundreds of arrowheads. As for their bodies, their stench had been distributed in directions opposing to their own thanks to the help of Little Blackstar, so they obviously didn't have any pieces of it remaining. Lionel decided to quickly explain all of this. So the only thing we have left that might be of some proof are the kidneys of the Titan hyenas. Those are the only parts of them that I kept for myself. The 4 white belts looked at the large hand-sized kidney in Lionel's hands, then looked at him as though he was an idiot. So what you're saying is that you have no proof whatsoever. But, somehow you expect us to believe that the Oryx tribe is stupid enough to attack so close to the mountain pass? Do you take us for fools? Lionel frowned. Listen, we know. You listen. Do you think we can't recognize you? This is the last chance we'll give you to scram, or else don't blame us for being impolite. If you think you can overwhelm us with numbers, think again. Not to mention the fact that we'd never lose to a pack of trash like you freshmen. Do you really think that there's only the 4 of us here? The 4 card-playing seniors stood. Lionel inwardly shook his head. It seemed that these 4 had no idea what happened to Nigmir and the others. But, this was fine too. In fact, this was even better. If it's about me, then fine. Lionel said resolutely. I won't enter the mine, but can you at least allow them to? Lionel. Inketh was the first to step forward. Inketh had already done too many things he was ashamed of himself for. The guilt of what his teammates had done still lingered over his head even to this very moment. Hearing Lionel want to make such a sacrifice, he couldn't stand idly by anymore. Lionel smiled lightly and patted Inketh's shoulder. Even though the 2 of them were about the same height, at that moment, Inketh somehow still felt that he was looking up at Lionel. Lionel was actually quite confident that he could survive alone, not that this was what he was aiming for right now. He was quite certain by the display these 4 seniors had put up to this point that they wouldn't disappoint him. And indeed, we're not here to negotiate with you. Since we said to scram. Seeing Lionel's willingness to take a step back, instead of compromising, the 4 seniors only became bolder. This was the true way of the world. Sympathy was something reserved for the strong. And, oftentimes, the strong wouldn't bother to hold on to such a virtue. The more they thought about it, the more they realized they had to chase these bunch of freshmen away. By now, they didn't believe that Lionel could really be lying. Considering his status, convincing 100 freshmen without proof of what had happened was impossible. Most of them wouldn't want anything to do with him for fear of offending those they couldn't afford to offend. But, even in the case that they weren't lying, they still needed to be chased away. There was a reason only the strong factions could hold on to mines. This wasn't only because they had to defend them from other factions, but also because mines weren't exactly safe. There were all sorts of creatures that lived in the underground networks. As a result of this, there were only a few safe regions that could be used to hide away in. But, even all these regions added up together couldn't possibly house all these freshmen along with all the seniors that were currently already at work below, whether that be in mining or in clearing new paths to be mined. The short of it was that they had to thank these freshmen for giving them such a warning, but if they actually expected to get any help out of them, well, they could wake up from their pitiful dreaming right now. Hearing such words, Lionel hid smile behind a cold mask. You really want to turn us away? His voice was frosty, even to the point the seniors didn't even respond immediately. But, this didn't last long. It wasn't even a moment later their expressions were overtaken with rage. Are we not speaking in a language you can understand? Lionel's gaze narrowed, his palm flipping over to reveal 3 arrows as he slid his bow off his back. The 4 seniors were stunned. He actually dared to attack? How could they not be infuriated? Wait! The sudden voice stopped the sequence of events. Lionel frowned, watching J-Lise and Senior Lu push their way through the crowd. Chapter 679. At this point, Lionel was really curious about what exactly these two wanted to do. How would stepping out now help them, exactly? The reason Lionel was so confident that these four would turn him away was because he knew that whether or not he was telling the truth didn't matter. But, he was certain that J-Lise and Senior Lu believed that as long as they could prove themselves to be trustworthy, they would be allowed in. Lionel found this to be particularly amusing. They thought that they were being clever, when the truth was that they were simply dancing clowns. It was still possible for the seniors to allow them in, but Lionel could guarantee that they wouldn't allow all over 100 of them to do the same. The reason for this was simple. This wasn't the first of King of Or's mine they had run across. In fact, it wasn't even the easiest to get to. Lionel had made a slight detour to choose this one in specific. With Lionel's ore expertise, he was capable of guessing which ores could grow where simply depending on the environment. From his understanding, the ores in this place were among the most valuable assets King of Or's faction had. Of course, this was restricted to those mines that Serioth had actually shown on his map. This was to say that this place had the tightest security along with some of the highest priority for the faction. There was no way that Serioth, with his character, would place fools here. That definitely meant that they had already guessed he was telling the truth, yet couldn't allow them in for other reasons. Seeing that J-Lise was wearing a white belt, Lionel's internal smile only grew brighter despite the fact his face told a completely different story. In fact, now he quite hoped J-Lise was allowed in. "What are you two trying to do?" Lionel asked with a frown. Senior Lu swept Lionel a sneering gaze before completely ignoring his question. "Esteemed seniors." Lu bowed slightly. "I know that it's difficult to trust us, but there really is solid proof of the Oryx tribe's movement. I've heard a lot about some of the issues your King of Or's faction has had with this Lionel. But, we implore you to not punish us all simply for his mistakes. We are willing to denounce him completely." The atmosphere seemed to shift slightly. Though Senior Lu hadn't come outright and said it, many began to remember at that moment that the King of Or's faction seemed to have a great rivalry with Lionel. Could it be that this was the true reason they were being turned away? Muz, Inketh and Irelana frowned deeply. It could be said that many of them had only survived so long because of Lionel. Even if it turned out that their worries about the Oryx were unwarranted, what they had all seen personally was the change in the beasts. On their way here, they had noticed the increased attack rate and violence the beasts displayed. Even if there was no Oryx, this alone was enough to say that Lionel had saved them all. For Senior Lu to do this now was nothing short of abhorrent. Yet, when they looked toward Lionel, he had paused. His 3 arrows remained nestled in his fingers, but he didn't seem like he was about to knock them any time soon. The 4 seniors frowned when they heard this. Damn it, couldn't these fools get a clue? They didn't want any of them here. J-Lise's expression flickered. He seemed to have understood something as well. It seemed they had misread the situation. But, he smiled inwardly. After all, he wasn't the one to speak. "Didn't you?" One of the seniors seemed to be about to snap when he was stopped. They began to whisper amongst each other. "What did you stop me for?" "Hush, lower your voice, idiot." The 4 huddled together, believing their voices couldn't be heard by anyone but themselves. And in fact, they weren't wrong. Lionel indeed couldn't hear them at this moment. It seemed that one of them had quite the special ability. "Think about it, don't you think this is a good opportunity?" "For what?" "We can't afford to let them in, there's no space." "Use your head for once, Yako." King gained a lot of benefits from allowing the hero to use our faction's name, but at the same time, our prestige took a hit because of it. King had no choice but to swallow this insult. After all, our rise was too abrupt. King managed to become a blue belt in just a couple years, how could he not be seen as a threat? It isn't yet time for us to go against those behemoths. But, this is a good chance for us to recover some of the prestige we lost by losing to a freshman. If we humiliate him like this and the news spreads, we'll be able to get in the good books of King, don't you think? The four were suddenly enlightened. You're not bad, Mia. Even though your name is a bit girly. Mia slapped Yako on the head, snarling. But, his lip curled into a sneer not long after. Mia stepped out of their group, his arms crossed over his chest. His gaze swept over the group, his demeanor looking like that of a commander in charge. Seeing the apprehension on the faces of them all, he couldn't help but take a breath of satisfaction. The feeling of having the lives of so many in the palm of his hands made him feel intoxicated. We've come to a compromise, Mia said calmly. We still have no way of telling if you're telling the truth or if you're here to sabotage our minds. So, we will allow some of you in. As for the majority, you will camp out in the surroundings. If the oryx really attacks, our detection systems will find it long in advance and will allow you into the mine. If not, you all will stay out here for the night. The freshmen felt a light of hope when they heard these words, naively trusting in the words of these seniors and in their so-called detection system. Mia's lip curled. He had truly found a group of useful idiots. Allow them into the mine? If an oryx came, they'd execute one of Sariat's contingency plans and collapse the mine entrance and run away through the tunnels before waiting for morning. As for the lives of these freshmen? Who cared? However, we have one condition. Mia's gaze turned toward Lionel, locking onto him. If he's here, all of you can scram. I don't want to see his face. It's displeasing to my eyes. Chapter 680. Woke up with a splitting migraine this morning, so that why chapters are even later than usual. Really not sure if he'll be able to write a third and a fourth today. Anyway, hair race at least 2 to enjoy. Lionel's gaze flashed with something that looked like rage. However, this only made Mia feel emboldened, his chest spilling over with a sense of satisfaction. Lionel took a deep and steady breath, looking over the crowd of freshmen that had followed him to this point. But, not a single one seemed to want to meet his gaze. Without fail, they all looked away. Senior Lu's sneer deepened when he saw such a scene. What are you trying to do right now, exactly? Didn't you say the strong should take the vanguard? Since you're so bold, why are you trying to pressure the group of us who are so much weaker than you? The heads of many of the freshmen remained lowered. But, after hearing Senior Lu's words, a small number of them regained enough courage to look up and meet Lionel's eyes. That was right. Since Lionel had said that the strong should sacrifice, why wasn't he sacrificing now? Lionel's hand trembled. But, he slowly retracted his bow, putting his arrows away. Without a word, he turned toward the forest and began to walk into it. Seeing such a scene, Mia and the three were stunned for a moment before they erupted into an uproarious laughter. They really didn't think that things would end so easily. To think that he was actually such an idiot. That's right, scuttle away, little doggy. I almost feel a bit bad, look at how pitiful he looks. Yako laughed so hard he could barely breathe. Mia's lip curled. But, his smile froze not long after. Among the freshmen, Aina didn't hesitate to follow after Lionel. It would have been fine if it was just one, but outside of even Lionel's expectations, Inkith, Irelana and Moose clenched their fists tightly, turning away with stiff steps and following Lionel as well. Balthorn's expression warped. It looked like she too wanted to follow, but before she could, a slender hand chopped at the back of her head. She couldn't even understand what happened before she collapsed into darkness. Henoran caught Balthorn's body. Yet, by some oddity, no one blinked an eye. It was as though it had never happened at all. Mia soon recovered as their figures disappeared into the forest. Who cares if a few chose to follow him? A mere 4 out of over 100, such a ratio was pitiful. Senior Lu smiled ingratiatingly after Lionel was gone. He hadn't even opened his mouth yet, but one could already hear his fawning. Esteemed seniors. How will we decide who can enter the mines, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, that. It was only now that Mia remembered that he had indeed promised such a thing. What a hassle. Now that Lionel had been thoroughly humiliated and his life was even on the line now, he didn't really care what happened to these freshmen. But, after some thought, he realized that there was really no point in humiliating Lionel if no one could spread the tale later. So, he had to make sure that at least some of them survived in the end. In that case, Mia scanned the crowd, his gaze lighting up when it landed on Jaelise. How could he not be drawn to the only white belt in the crowd? This was perfect. Freshmen were nothing but deadweight, but it was a different matter entirely if there was someone who could actually be of help here. Let the strongest among you decide. Mia said after some thought. No more than 5 can enter. Senior Lu's expression twisted, but he still looked toward Jaelise almost immediately, a pleading look in his eye. Almost like a ghost, Henoran appeared with Balthorn in her arms, standing beside Jaelise as though she had always been there. Even to this point, no one seemed to realize that Balthorn was knocked out. Or, maybe, they simply didn't care about the details in this sort of situation. Jaelise swept a gaze over. I'll just take them. With that, Jaelise walked toward the mine, not bothering to pick out 2 more to fill in the 5-number cap. Senior Lu's expression was ugly to behold. He sent a pleading gaze toward Mia, but the latter had clearly cleansed his hands of the matter. He wanted nothing to do with it. He truly couldn't be bothered to care. Without a choice, the freshmen began to silently set up camp, quietly vying for position closer to the cave's mouth. Senior Lu clenched his fists, a hint of despair marking his brow. The complicated looks he received from the other freshmen only made it all worse. While 2 seniors guarded the entrance to maintain order, Mia and Yako led Jaelise and the 2 women into the mine. One would have expected the tunnels to be dark, especially so nearing the night, and possibly lit by torches, but this was far from the truth. The walls of the cave seemed to sparkle with their own pale light. The visibility wasn't as bright as day, but it wasn't as poor as dusk either. It was a nice, gentle in-between that was easy on the eyes. After a while of silence, Jaelise suddenly spoke. Tell me the truth, you don't actually intend on allowing the others in, right? Mia's steps paused for a moment before a sneer spread across his face. Of course not. Good. Jaelise said casually. Not long later, Mia led them down a few diverting paths before they made it to a medium-size opening. It seemed capable of fitting about 50 or so people. This is our safe house. Any further and we'll have to deal with stone beasts. Mia, who the hell did you bring here? A voice that almost sounded more like a bark sounded out, snapping at their ears. Mia smiled bitterly before quickly explaining the situation. The Oryx? The expression of the King of Or's members working the mine changed. If this was true, they were in no small amount of trouble. It was at that moment the ground quaked. The setting sun had finally disappeared over the horizon. Chapter 681. Several minutes ago. Lionel's rage disappeared like the wind after he entered the forest. He almost couldn't stop himself from laughing. He really hadn't expected things to work out even better than he had thought they would. He felt like this was what people called digging their own graves. Aina shook her head and rolled her eyes. Unlike the others, she could clearly see that mischievous light in Lionel's eye. The Lionel she knew wasn't very good at controlling his emotions in the slightest. If he was truly enraged, he would have just attacked and thought of the consequences later. The fact he never attacked meant that he wasn't angry to begin with. The only thing Lionel really didn't expect, though, was for Inkith, Irelana and Moose to actually follow him. As for his lovely girlfriend, wasn't that already a given? If Lionel had to be honest, their following made his task a bit more difficult than it would otherwise be. Their strength was definitely not up to par with him and Aina. But, Lionel definitely wouldn't turn them away. In fact, he would remember this well. Taking a deep breath, Lionel turned to the 3. Unlike Aina, they didn't understand Lionel very well. So, they had been just as fooled by his previous act. Seeing the solemn expression on Lionel's face, they felt their hearts seize again. After a while, Lionel smiled. It was quite true that the world couldn't be painted in black and white. The very same Inkith and Irelana who had drawn a line between them just months ago had actually chosen to side with him today. The human psyche was quite a fascinating thing. All right, everyone, take these. Lionel handed out another few packages of grenades. These are the grenades. Moose asked softly. Moose and the others weren't very surprised that Lionel had more, even though he had said that he didn't previously. But Lionel's next words stunned them. These aren't the same. The others could only injure a tier 4 existence and kill anyone below that. This one can even kill anyone below tier 6. The three youths trembled fiercely when they heard this. Every step forward in the fourth dimension was considered to be massive. By the time one got to the difference between tier 4, 5 and 6, you were talking massive gulfs one could waste a lifetime to cross. Tier 7 to Valiant Heart Mountain was considered to be the absolute cream of the crop. Only blue belts touched upon such a level, yet these three could only lower their heads if they came across a mere white belt. The idea that they could injure a tier 6 with just one of these was baffling. Yet, Lionel had given them 10 each. How could their hearts not beat wildly? Be careful when you use them, Lionel advised. Whether it's the Titan Hyena or the Oryx, I have a strong feeling that they won't work in the slightest, so don't even bother to throw them in their direction. You'll only be bringing down their attention toward you. The three nodded solemnly. But Irelana soon raised a question. In that case, how do we use them? To survive. Lionel spoke bluntly. Not long from now, the Oryx will definitely track us to this location. Trying to escape through the forest will be impossible, so we will be using the mines. If I'm correct, the King of Or's faction will definitely do their best to seal off the mine from new entries, so we'll need to work fast. These grenades will be useful to you within the mine tunnels themselves. There will also be beasts that enter a frenzy down there. Use the weaker grenades on them, they won't be able to harm the structural integrity of the tunnel. If you feel that an Oryx is closing in on you, a strategic use of the stronger grenades can collapse a tunnel they would have otherwise used to pursue you. The three gulped hard when they heard Lionel. He made it sound like the Oryx were already right on their trail. But, didn't night just fall? Wait, night? The three looked up into the sky, their legs growing weak when they noticed there wasn't a hint of the sun left. At that moment, the ground began to quake, the trees swaying from side to side as though they were juvenile rather than the thick ancestral beings they actually were. Get ready, Lionel said solemnly. Senior Lu bit into his cheek, his expression jittery. He had managed to take advantage of his seniority to build a campsite as near to the cave mouth as he could. Unfortunately, in order to succeed in this, he had to be more aggressive than he usually was, causing many to feel off-put by his presence. To make matters worse, he wasn't even that close to the cave mouth. Under the order of the white belts, he had to be at least 10 meters away. The clearing was already only 20 meters wide to begin with. As a result, most were pushed into the camping in the forest. Though this was more comfortable than setting up camp on the hard rock, in terms of security, they felt as though they had none. The freshmen found themselves feeling empty. Their minds were filled with such a perpetual fear that they couldn't even find it in themselves to relax. They realized then that their current state was a far cry from how at ease they had been during the day. Though they were tired and spent from their trek here, at the very least, none of them felt as though their lives were on the line. Even without the appearance of the Oryx, this suffocating feeling alone made them realize just how much they had relied on Lionel. Unfortunately, it was already too late to hold back anymore. Fuck this. One of the freshmen rose from their small sleeping bag. What's there to be afraid of? Would one person really make a difference? How ridiculous. No one responded to the freshman's grumbling. He stood, going a distance away to find a tree to take a whiz behind. He sighed as a steady stream began to drizzle. He had been so scared before that he had truly held this in for too long. The more relaxed he became, the more assured in himself that he also became. Just blame yourself. Who asked you to piss off the King of Or's faction as a freshman? The young man continued to mumble before his nose caught the whiff of something terrible. Fucking gross, who the hell is taking a shit here? Couldn't you choose another place? The young man suddenly froze. It was night, so it was of course dark. But had it always been so dark? His neck slowly cranked backward, only to find a massive silhouette looming behind him. The young man opened his mouth to scream, but all that came out was a gurgle, his head sliding off his shoulders and plopping to the ground. Chapter 682. A shrill scream shook the campsite, smells of blood and carnage hanging in the air. The oryx hadn't even tried to hide himself. Facing a group of such weaklings, why would it have to? Such things were meaningless in the face of true power. However, had the 4 deserters who had died earlier in the day been present, they would have realized that something seemed to be wrong. The oryx they had seen had a massive crimson halberd strapped to his back. But this one had a massive great sword almost as thick as its burly body on its back. Unless this oryx had for some reason chosen to change weapons, it was all but confirmed at this point. There was more than just one oryx bearing down on them. Senior Lu felt his heart seize. He couldn't believe that his worst fears were already coming to fruition. It's just 10 meters, just 10 meters. It's the blink of an eye. I can make it. The distance that separated them and the cave mouth was practically negligible. Senior Lu didn't care if he had to trample over the corpses of his fellow freshmen, he just had to make it. As long as he did, he would be safe, he would live another day. Without a care for the material strewn around him, Senior Lu scrambled to his feet, not even looking back to the forest. He scratched and clawed to all fours before leaping up to his feet. He bolted for the cave mouth with all the speed he could muster. For some reason, despite the fact his destination was right in front of him, despite the fact it should have only taken him 2 large leaps to make it, he felt as though it was a world away. At that moment, his worst fears were realized, again. The 2 seniors had already leapt to their feet. What the hell? Already? It was clear that they were caught completely off guard. They knew that the oryx story Lionel had told was likely to be true, but shouldn't it still have taken some time to find this place? At this point, they didn't care to confirm the appearance of the oryx. Hurry up. I'm on it already. You go do your damn job, nagging bastard. The senior who spoke last stood with a ferocity, his feet stamping into the ground. The clearing of rock and gravel quaked for a moment, trembling beneath his force. Senior. Please. Senior Lu called out, panic clear on his face. But at that moment, a strong wall of force sent him flying backward. Horror painted his face as he watched a wall rise up from the ground. In an instant, a 10-meter-tall makeshift fortress surrounded the cave mouth. Senior Lu scrambled to his feet, launching himself onto the wall and trying his best to climb it. Once again, it was just 10 meters, it was a distance that was harder to climb than run across, but he was still a 4th-dimensional existence. Even if he couldn't jump that high in a 5th-dimensional world, he could still climb it. The makeshift walls were coarse and unkempt. There were more than enough dips and crevices for him to latch onto. But he had barely begun when a spike of earth suddenly jetted out for his chest. Senior Lu twisted to avoid it, displaying his small bit of talent. But the result was still the flesh near his hip being ripped through. If he had been just a bit slower, his hip bone would have been shattered to oblivion. Senior Lu fell back to the ground, being thrown away from the wall. Let me in. Let me in. I helped you all. The more Senior Lu screamed, the more careless he got with his words. Who cared about offending seniors if he couldn't even live to reap the benefits of it? Soon, he began cursing, even insulting their mothers, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. By that point, many of the freshmen had long since caught up with Senior Lu. Some had tried banging against the wall, but those not as strong as Lu found themselves skewered. It was hard to tell if more freshmen had died at the hands of the Oryx who had seemingly yet to make an appearance or their so-called seniors. On the other side of the wall, the senior who put up the rock wall, Hallis, sneered, his hand pressed flush against the wall as he sensed what was happening. "Seath, are you done yet? Don't hurry me, bastard, just hold the wall. Oryx aren't that intelligent anyway, as long as they had prey on the other side, they won't bother with us anyway. Why the hell is it taking so long? Do you know how hard it is to set up a controlled explosion? I'm trying to destroy the entrance well enough that it can't be dug through easily, but not bad enough that it takes the whole tunnel with it. Plus I have to put it on a delay. Whatever. Keep your nerds speak to yourself. Just hurry up. Can't believe those bastards left us with this job, damn it." Though Hallis said this, considering their abilities, they were the only two that could be left with such a task. Seath with his explosion ability and him with his control abilities. Seath continuously drew force arts around the cave entrance. He had started on this a while ago, but he had never expected the Oryx to get here before he could even finish. Unfortunately, in order to hide things from the freshmen, he had to be too subtle before, slowing him down considerably. But now that the cat was out of the bag, there was no need to take things slow any longer. "Let us in. Let us in." In a desperate attempt, many no longer cared about the earthen spikes, rushing at the wall in an attempt to overwhelm it with numbers. It was then, though, that an Oryx finally stalked its way out of the forest, its large figure pushing thick trees out of its way. His massive great sword rested on his shoulder, the claws of his pawed feet digging into the coarse ground. The Oryx was caked in blood. It splashed across his furred legs and clumped the hairs together. The result was a smell even more foul than usual. The freshmen felt as though their souls had fled their bodies. Chapter 683. Senior Lu slowly looked back, his head tilting up to see the massive, looming figure that had appeared. Just its weapon was larger than any one of them, let alone the Oryx itself. Those that had been in Valiant Heart for a few years had all heard their fair share of Oryx tribe horror stories. But no freshman had ever seen an Oryx personally. Or, more accurately, no freshman had ever survived such an encounter to tell the tale. Senior Lu's knees went weak. He fell to the ground, his eyes turning almost vacant as he looked up. At that moment, he along with every freshman felt no different from those beasts who lost their minds to fear. The foul smell of the Oryx was seared into their souls. It was the kind of memory they would never forget in their lifetimes. At that moment, though, the Oryx looked into the skies. As though none of them even existed, he focused all three of his eyes into the clouds, training his gaze on something that seemed to be flying. Lionel looked down from his surfboard, his gaze twinkling. What a monster, this was Lionel's conclusion after just a single glance. Compared to humans, if the measure was pure combat ability, the Oryx were superior in every way. Their digitigrade legs made them faster than any human of similar stature could hope to be. Their muscle structure stored more than 10 times more energy. Their bones were more than 10-fold sturdier. And their eyes. There was something deeply unsettling about them. As though this wasn't bad enough, those of Valiant Heart seemed to think that the Oryx weren't intelligent, but Lionel's dictionary hadn't said a word about their poor intelligence. Just looking at the eyes of the Oryx before him, Lionel didn't even need his dictionary to know that these Oryx were no less intelligent than any human. Lionel held Aina in one arm, the three freshmen standing in a row to his back. It was difficult for the surfboard to fit all of them on, but they just managed it. "Okay. I'm going now," Aina said softly. With a leap, she plunged onto the other side of the wall, falling down heavily between Hallis and our fire. The two seniors were stunned. A flying treasure? Maybe it was only at that moment that everyone realized that Lionel had never been worried about his survival from the very beginning. Had he used his flying treasure from the start, he could have already made it back to the mountain pass. The freshmen who realized this felt a second wave of guilt assault their souls. Lionel pulled out his bow, knocking 2 arrows. However, he didn't raise it. "How about it, Mr. Oryx?" why don't we both take a step back? The oryx continued to stare at Lionel without saying a word. But, it was at that moment that a translation he could comprehend drifted to his ears. The oryx's expression changed, his tusks vibrating slightly. However, it was just for the briefest of moment. By this point, Aina had an axe at Hal's throat. Senior? Since when did a mere white belt pose a challenge to her? At that moment, though, Lionel wasn't feeling relaxed in the slightest. An intelligent creature like the oryx would know that at Lionel's current vantage point, it was at a great disadvantage. Even someone as powerful as this oryx wouldn't like to be used for live target practice. But, that was exactly what would happen if it couldn't find a way to deal with Lionel in the skies. However, at that moment, though it was hard to tell, Lionel was certain this oryx was smiling, the blood on its body slowly trickling to the ground beneath it. At that instant, Lionel's pupils constricted. Hold on. With barely a warning, Lionel rolled the surfboard to the side as a beam of red shot into the skies. It continued for so long that it seemed intent on penetrating the canopy of the world. Inketh and Irelana barely managed to hold on, but Moose slipped, his hand only just managing to grasp at the side of the surfboard. Unfortunately, before Moose could get a solid grip, Lionel was forced to swerve violently again, causing Moose to lose whatever hold he had left. In fact, even Inketh and Irelana couldn't hold on any longer. The vertical eye of the oryx pulsed, red veins popping across it as it released its second beam. It even seemed to be preparing a third. Little black star. Yip. Yip. The little mink flashed, strong surges of black-green swirling around his body. An upswing of wind slowed the descent of the three, allowing them to fall into the wall Hallis formed unharmed. The situation instantly became more complicated. Lionel's eyes narrowed. He felt that if he let that beam hit him, he would be finished. What good was a metal body if it was melted into scrap? The strong destructive character of the blast sent a shiver down his spine. Yet, even now, he had no idea if this was a unique ability of the oryx, or if all oryx had access to this. If it was the latter, the surrounding forest began to shift and rustle again. The freshmen below could hardly hold in their horror as another oryx appeared. Two oryx, one from the south and the other from the north, pincering the freshmen from both sides. This second oryx wielded a crimson halberd, its stature no less imposing. Yet, Lionel was certain that he felt more pressure from it. At that instant, Lionel suddenly felt like the space around him had been locked. The first oryx reacted immediately, its third eye pulsing as yet another beam was sent in Lionel's direction. Lionel's pupils constricted into pinholes. One's eye pulsed and locked him in place. The other's eye released a devastating attack. What the hell kind of species were these oryx? How could they possibly be so powerful? If this was the case, Valiant Heart was not in just a little bit of trouble. Forget Valiant Heart, even he was facing quite a tall mountain right now. The crimson beam tore through the skies, bearing down with every intention of splitting Lionel's skill in two. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.